Meeting is called to order. Meeting is called to order. Chair recommends the school board approve electronic participation by school board members due to circumstances associated with employment, military, or a family emergency, and identifies the specificity, the nature of the personnel matter in policy BDD. Is there a motion to approve electronic participation of two school boards?
Motion.
Second.
Mr. DePaul, Mrs. Lowry. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Charles?
Yes.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston? Yes. Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Dr. Day and Dr. Carter, you're officially in. We'll go for Pledge of Allegiance with.
Let's stand for the pledge, please. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. All right, thank you. The next one is the agenda approval for public hearing and work session. Is there a motion to approve the agenda for public hearing and vote?
So moved.
Mrs. Preston,
Second.
Mrs. Lowry, any discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Charles?
Yes.
Dr. Day? Dr. Day?
A thumbs up.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Thank you, Mrs. Preston.
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Now we are into item E1, fiscal year 24-25 school board budget public hearing. Dr. Edwards, you run, how, this is my first time.
Oh, okay, well, I can just briefly go over what the purpose of the hearing is. So this, you guys know we had a hearing in the fall to get input on the budget development. This hearing is the official one for the spring, where we get to hear from our citizens, residents, parents, staff members regarding the budget. We do have a joint city schools meeting on March 26th, so the budget is not finalized until we get all of the state revenue, city revenue, and together. But this process sort of officially kicks it off with those budget discussions. So tonight, what we want to do is hear from you all, input on the budget and things that priorities that you want us to consider, and just your general opinion.
Thank you. So I'll read out the statement from here. The persons appearing before the school board will not be allowed to campaign for public office or promote private business ventures, and should not use profanity or vulgar language or gestures, make comments about a public official or an employee that are not related to their official duties, engage in behavior that disrupts the meeting or intimidates others, or address the school board on issues that do not concern the services, policies, roles, and/or responsibilities of the school board. Individuals speakers shall limit their comments to 3 minutes. A speaker representing a group shall limit their comments to 5 minutes. The representative shall identify the group at the beginning of their presentation. A group may have no more than one spokesperson. The total allocated time for public comments at school board meetings is 30 minutes. Public comments are reserved for public to provide input. The board does not respond to comments, answer questions, or otherwise engage in discussions at this time. I'm assuming the 30-minute window doesn't apply here, because it's 1 hour long budget hearing. So I'll go by the order it is. I know Dr. Day is much more disciplined in following the policies. I'll go with Ms. Larkins. You're number 1 in the list.
There are times in life that you hope that you're wrong. That you don't think you are, but you hope that you are. And I hoped beyond hope that I was wrong about what the rezoning and lack of planning meant for our children. But here we are, 6 months later, and the rezoning plan has been released. And it's everything we feared it would be. It's going to racially divide our city. It's going to overcrowd our schools, except for the O3s. It is going to cause division. But more than that, you have completely continued to forget about our children. You have forgotten about us over and over again. We have come to you and we have asked you to work with us, not against us. But that hasn't happened. When we said that we were blindsided by the closure of Sandusky, you said, that's not true. We're being completely honest. Well, how honest is it when you look through every paper of a board doc to find one line at the very end, buried 8 pages deep, that says the closure of Sandusky and T.C. Miller for 2024? How honest is that? How transparent is that? How much input are you asking when you do that? Seems like not very much to me at all. And then it brings us to what I have seen in this boardroom. I have been to every meeting. A few I have watched online. I will correct that. A few have watched online. And I can tell you what I have observed in this room. You spent more time talking about grants and what name we should call children than you have about Sandusky and where our children will go. You spent more time admonishing us on public radio and interviews. Dr. Day, I quote, said, Dr. Gupta said, the parents are trying to string us up on WLNI. You have spent more time saying those types of things than talking about our children, our staff members, and our teachers. You have spent more time complaining about city council and pointing the finger at them than you have talking about our students, our schools, and what the future holds. Where is the plan? There is no plan. 10 pages with mostly pictures of a rezoning plan? My marketing plan for my business is 10 times longer than that. IEPs are longer than that. So my question is, what are you planning to do with our children? Is cutting our school this year going to do anything? It's not. You're going to have 240 children with nowhere to go. You are accountable for that. You make decisions in this room that matter. And yet, time and time again, you have failed at those decisions. You have made bad decision after bad decision, and you have dug your heels in on those bad decisions because you don't want to go back on them instead of trying to fix them. There's been no innovation of plans. We've tried to come to solutions with you. We've tried to work with you. And I will tell you, everything in my body after looking at the board docs for this meeting wanted to come up here and yell. It does, every piece of me. But I tell my children, yelling solves nothing. Yelling solves nothing. But I've stood in this room and I've watched you guys bully our principal. I've watched you guys talk down about other parents. I've watched members of this school board act in ways that are unconscionable. So what is going to change moving forward? What are you going to do to better our children's future? Because right now you are failing. And if you continue down this road, it will be devastating. Devastating to the babies who go to our school, devastating to our school district, and devastating to our city. Please do better.
Remember, this is a budget hearing, so the comment should be related to the budget discussion. Mrs. Carla Jones.
I don't think she heard you.
She's not here?
She's here. I don't think she heard you.
I thought I saw.
Carla Jones?
here. She's
Mrs. Carla Jones?
Related to the budget.
I realize that this is supposed to be about budget. I can tie everything into that, but I do find it interesting that on the board docs is something brand new, not related to budget as far as being brand new and not allowing us to discuss it. So I feel like it's Groundhog Day every time I show up here because it's always students, parents, and community members advocating on behalf of their kids and asking to work with the school board and admin to find solutions, only to be completely ignored by the school board and admin. Repeat, repeat, repeat. This is now the 4th time I've brought up solutions that the school board and admin have yet to give any serious consideration to. Imagine if you had taken our solutions seriously and actually investigated them. Where could we be right now? I tell you what I do know. You could have an entire proposal of the cost savings of implementing solar through PPAs. Whether you went through with it or not, you'd know exactly where you stand without spending a single penny. But nope, didn't even look into that. Using public buses to transport high school kids, not even looked into. No serious investigation there either. Just a simple, we looked at that 10 years ago, but a lot changes in 10 years. Shoot, a lot changes in 5 years. Cutting admin costs wasn't even a consideration until it was forced through budget cuts. And somehow, you were able to cut almost $200,000 from the admin budget. The Movement Foundation. This is the foundation that can build a new Sandusky Elementary for a fraction of the cost originally believed. In fact, the foundation thought they could build a new school for around $15 million, which is the same cost as adding 10 classrooms at Bass. Imagine getting a brand new school that can fit well over 350 students versus adding 10 classrooms to a school elsewhere. Why is this not being seriously looked at and considered? One conversation about it isn't enough to determine if it's a good fit or not. What happened to going to visit one of the schools? And why has there been zero communication regarding this? And the lack of transparency from the board and the admin throughout this entire process has been infuriating and trust-breaking. Here's a perfect example. TCM was considered for converting it to all pre-K. During one of the fall meetings, it was determined to not be ideal due to many factors in the building, the 3 levels being one. So we proposed make TCM hybrid, bringing in 3 pre-K classrooms without any renovation needed. There's been zero discussion on the potential to make TC Miller hybrid. Yet, lo and behold, there are plumbers showing up at TCM to look at reworking plumbing for pre-K. Anyone care to expand on that? Because everyone else is in the dark. And that's just one example. I could list dozens more. But alas, this is what happens when you don't communicate, you don't listen to community input, and you don't make a long-term plan before implementing major changes. What you have created is chaos, and you've broken any small thread of community trust you may have still had.
Mrs. Cindy Capps.
It's been 6 months since the original vote to close our school out of the clear blue. And when the public, especially when the public clearly and blatantly did not choose to close our school. And we have been coming to you at every opportunity asking for a plan for our students, for our staff, and our community. And for 6 long months, there has been no plan created nor presented, nothing. Just a game of hot potato between you and City Council with our students, staff, and families in the middle. As of yesterday, there's a mention on the operating budget discussion to close our school earlier than originally planned. So that's the plan? Overnight, there's a plan? No, there's not. It's time to stop playing games with our school, our students, our staff, our families, and the community. When was this synopsis added that suggests closing SES and TCM by the fall of 2024? And isn't there a formal process in order for that to be done? When was that meeting held, and which board members were involved? Did you really think that you could add mention of this, label it as a synopsis, so readers would think that it was merely a recap of other documents that they had already read, and so no one would discover it? There's never been a plan for us, and there isn't one now. This is out of nowhere. There is nowhere for our students to go. There are no positions for our staff to fill. You have not communicated with anyone, parents, staff, no one. There has been one draft of redistricting that's been made public, and it's a disaster. So much so that there are local civil rights groups noticing and getting involved. This proposal is throwing Lynchburg City Schools back into the 1960s. This is not my Lynchburg, not my hometown, not my community. Get it together. You're playing with our children's future and our staff's livelihood. There's been no plan and no communication for 6 months. 6 months. And now there's a plan for it to be resolved in 4. High-quality classrooms that you speak of are not classrooms that are overcrowded. Great public schools are designed for community excellence. I agree. But if you continue to make decisions without rational thought and plans of actions, we won't have either one.
Micah Davis.
On October 24th, 2023, I sat in this very room while the educational future of my children and 600 other students from T.C. Miller and Sandusky were being determined. That night, the board discussed 4 possible scenarios and how they would implement the facilities master plan. After much discussion, the board voted unanimously on option 4 to defer the closing of T.C. Miller and Sandusky to 2025. I'd like to remind you of some statements members of this board made that night. Dr. Gupta, option 4 will create the least disturbance for our kids. We should not forget the child. We have to be mindful of the fact that at the end of the day, the child is not speaking for themselves. Mr. Trost, I don't want to put the children through rezoning twice. Ms. Lowry, to Dr. Edwards in regards to the deferred closing date, does this also mean that this will give you time to get done what you need to get done at Bass and the innovation program set up there? Dr. Edwards, we will definitely work on that. And lastly, Dr. Gupta, again, I am in favor of option 4, but how do we balance the budget in this coming year if we defer closing to 2025? To which Dr. Day replied, we are going to have that issue of how we balance the budget regardless. This may make it harder for a year. Nonetheless, the unanimous decision was still made. TCM and Sandusky would close in 2025. After that emotional meeting, many families went home to their children and comforted them with at least one small victory in this exhausting fight. Their school would remain open for one more year after this. For my family, that meant my oldest child would get to finish elementary school at TCM. It meant she would get to take her final bows on stage as a 5th grader, a sacred ritual at TCM. Yet here we are, 6 months later, and just 2 months remaining of the school year, thank you, discussing the upcoming proposal to this year's budget and to close Sandusky and TCM at the end of this academic year. What was the point of that vote on October 24th? How could the board possibly consider doing this to our students and staff? Have they gone through enough? In addition, where is the $15 million you are planning on requesting for expansion at Bass? It has not been included in this budget. What happened to that plan? What happened to the promises we heard over and over and over again in this room that the School of Innovation wasn't going anywhere? We have been waiting for answers all this time, only to find out that the so-called plan was to take those 600 students and stuff them back into their neighborhood schools. No School of Innovation, no expansion to Bass, plenty of disruption. Members of the school board, you have lost our trust, and we are tired of empty promises. It is time for the school board to do the right thing and keep the promises that you have made to us and to our children. Please prove to us that you stand on your word and that your word means something. Do not approve the budget proposal to close TM and Sandusky at the end of this academic year. To use Dr. Gupta's own words, do not forget the child. Thank you.
Betty Webb.
For the past 6 months, meeting after meeting, community members have come to express their concerns to you. We asked questions. They weren't answered. We gave solutions to financial struggles. They were tossed aside with no thought. We had meetings with you all, and we were given lip service. At this point in the process, we expected a plan. But what were we given? A haphazard zoning map any junior year engineering student could have done for a project the night before it was due. And I can say this because I was an engineering student, and I've done this before. And I did the same data analysis of the demographics of the rezoning without the official information from LCS and got nearly the same results that you did after months of planning and drafts from a consulting company. And I warned you about this. I warned you, school board members, council members, that you were going to resegregate the schools and overcrowd the schools that our most marginalized students attend. See Bass, 97% capacity. That is unacceptable. When given these warnings, I was said, I'm being dramatic. They don't have the correct information. We won't let that happen. Well, eventually it took so long, I thought, okay, they're doing drafts, they're doing plans. They must be doing it correctly. Because how could our city officials be this deceptive, incompetent, and ignorant? You have sat here and stated, we don't know why we were zoned this way. It's not relevant anymore. Lynchburg has changed. We're past racism and discrimination. That is ignorance. You're ignoring Lynchburg's history, culture, and systems that still persist that continue discrimination and perpetuate racism. You have stated, we have the green factors required to get out of the desegregation order. However, you have not looked at any of the recent rulings from district courts for desegregation orders. The Fifth Circuit, one of the most conservative circuits in the country, has stated that if you have a school that is plus or minus 15% more of the average of the district of one race, it's racially identifiable, and that you cannot then get out of the desegregation order. Well, pre-rezoning, Lynchburg had 4 racially identifiable schools. Post-rezoning, you have over 6. So explain how that works. Explain how you can get past the rezoning. Explain how any of this works. This isn't even the brink of how LCS doesn't fit into the green factors. And no, I did not figure this out myself. There are lawyers who are much smarter than me, with extensive background working on desegregation court order cases, who care about this, who care about equity, who care about access to education, and who care about the issue in Lynchburg and want to get involved. We want to work with you. We've tried, and you've ignored us. You've called us whiners and complainers. You've stopped. You haven't done anything, and you come up with a haphazard plan. We still want to work with you, but it seems the egos in this room will not let that happen. We are still organizing, and for anyone watching this on YouTube, follow Save Our Schools LCS, our Facebook page, as we continue to post. Contact us. We're organizing community members. We want to hear your stories. We want to hear and share those with the people we're talking to. So message us on that page. Look at our website, Save Our Schools Lynchburg, and contact us through our email so we can meet with you, we can share your stories, share your concerns, and represent you to the city officials when you haven't been heard. Because this is unacceptable. And on the note, I'm a daughter of a teacher here, and you guys have been absolutely disrespectful to all the teachers sitting in this room, and you're throwing their lives and their livelihood into the trash can. And that is not what the school board or the administration should be doing. Thank you.
Ms. Taisha Royal.
Good evening. It's one little line buried at the very end of the synopsis. It's one little line that we stumbled across. It's one little line that could change the fate of our children. It's one little line that seems so deceitful and hidden. That one little line simply states closing Sandusky and T.C. Miller in 2024. That one little line says so much. For the last 6 months, we've pleaded for a plan. Simple, straightforward questions have gone unanswered. Where will our children go to school? What will happen to our dedicated staff? How will this transition be managed? And why the decision to close Sandusky? Yet, every time we asked, we were met with promises of a forthcoming plan. 3 months passed, still no plan. 4 months, still nothing. 5 months, silence. Now, 6 months later, the plan presented is nothing more than a vague outline with glaring gaps and no real solutions. When we stated that we were blindsided by the first decision, you denied that and said you listened to the public. That was stretching the truth. And now, this one little line. How do you explain this blatant disregard for transparency and communication? How do you justify the lack of planning and preparation? The truth is clear. You have failed. You prioritized talking about grant money and had no intention of giving our students and political posturing over the well-being and education of our children. You spent more time deflecting blame and attacking concerned parents than actually addressing the issues at hand. You've told us time and time again to go across the street to city council. But what are we supposed to advocate for? We have nothing substantial from you to present to city council. Are we supposed to ask them to simply give you more money when you haven't even stated you would keep our school open if you got it? How can they trust you with additional funding when you can't even come up with a concrete plan for our children? It's like asking someone to invest in our business with a one-page business plan. It's simply not acceptable, and nobody would invest in us. We have tirelessly advocated for increased funding. However, the lack of planning and transparency from your end has not only shaken our confidence, but also raised concern within City Council. The numbers simply don't add up. On one hand, there are claims to cut funding, while on the other hand, there's a request for almost $1 million in additional administration costs. This discrepancy appears disingenuous and raises doubts about the financial management of our schools. Moreover, the overall administrative costs are significantly higher than they should be, adding to the skepticism surrounding the budget allocations and priorities. Now, please understand, I'm not absolving City Council of responsibility. They do need to provide more funding to the schools, but you have to do your part to come up with well-thought, thorough plans. When City Council presents a 452-page budget document for our city, and you plan to rezone an entire district in only 10 pages, that's a glaring problem. Back to the one little line, to talk about the people who are most often forgotten in this conversation, our teachers. For 6 months, you've been utterly silent, completely ignoring these dedicated individuals who in some cases have given over a decade of their lives to this district. You blindsided them with a closure 6 months ago, and since then you've been silent about the future. Yet, they show up every single day and perform their jobs with integrity and love for our children. If you were to walk into Sandusky Elementary, you wouldn't know it was slated for closure because the dedication and care continues. They are truly fulfilling the words of Mr. Womack. As long as there is a 5828 Apache Lane, we will be there educating our kids. You have failed the very people you are supposed to lead. You have failed the students, families, staff, teachers, and city. It's time to stop the political games and start putting our children first. It's time to listen, collaborate, and work towards the real solutions that benefit everyone involved. Our children's future is at stake, and we will not stand idly by while it is jeopardized by incompetence and neglect. Thank you.
Mr. Derek Womack.
Good evening. First, I want to say to the school board, thank you all for your tireless efforts. And of course, as always, I toggle between saying something and not saying something. I said that earlier in the year. But I've been quiet long enough. On September 26th, I sent an email to all school board members. My question in that email was, where are you now? Since September 19th, when the decision was made, we've been in that building, when the building has been open, doing just what you hired us to do, to educate our children. My question still remains today, where are you now? We make decisions about the future and our present, oftentimes sitting behind a desk and not going out and seeing exactly who we're making decisions about. Where are you now? I just ask that you look in the mirror and ask yourselves, how often have I been into Sandusky Elementary School? Dr. Brennan came and said, go into the schools, see what's going on there. You are the only ones who can answer the question of how many times you've been into Sandusky Elementary School. Yes, some of you have come and read. Yes, some of you have come and met with me one-on-one. I received one response to my email. One board member came and met with me regarding my email. It was said before on news stations, Mr. Womack knew. Not true. been shared. Board, Mr. Womack knew. Not true. So I was upset. I was disappointed. But I had to calm myself down. Board member told me, no, don't say anything yet. Some other things going on, don't back anyone into a corner. Exact words. I've been quiet long enough. I'm being as respectful as I possibly can. We've been called whiners, we've been called a little bit of everything. And all we've done is come in day after day after day after day, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. We take work home and sometimes come in on Saturday and on Sunday to make sure that our children have exactly what they need. Not because of you, but because of them. And we're going to continue to do that because of them. I understand that you have difficult decisions to make. Understand that. But at least look in the face those individuals that you're making decisions about. Whether you live 2 houses up or whether you live across town somewhere, you can come into our building to see what's going on day after day after day. One of the questions was asked, why so many resignations? There's no trust. The question was asked of a teacher, why are you resigning? Wasn't the right teacher. So do we know the individuals that we're making decisions about? That's what I ask. Dr. Brennan said it clearly. Come into the building and see what's going on. The trust is gone. We're going to continue to do. I'm not here just for Mr. Womack. I'm here for my staff. I'm here for T.C. Miller staff. I'm here for the educators who come day in and day out to support those babies. We don't leave at 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock, and that's it, and we come back the next day. 2 o'clock in the morning, and my wife can attest, I'm sitting up because I'm thinking about my babies. So as I make decisions, I think about every child by name and by need. And so I feel blindsided again because if you want our trust, involve us in the conversation. It was disheartening and disappointing to look on a Monday morning, professional development day, and see where Sandusky is listed at the bottom for closure for fall of 2024. That's when I found out. You know what I had to do that day? Had to put my big boy underwear on. Had to pull up my boots, strap them up, and go into the building and have a conversation with my staff to say, don't be alarmed when you see this on the agenda. I didn't know it was there. Hadn't been communicated with me that it was there. Yes, someone said, you need to check this out, Mr. Womack. And when I looked, that's when I found out about it. But if that's going to be on there, and you are dedicated to the staffs is what you say, why haven't you been into my building to say, staff, how are you? Why haven't you been into our building to say, staff, is there anything we can do for you? Mr. Womack, how are you? I'm fine. Go check on my staff is what I'm going to tell you. Why hasn't that been done? And that's what I ask each board member to ask yourselves. Have we gone into those buildings? Because these are the buildings that are having a difficult time now. People are trying to leave left and right. But are you supporting them? Because that's what you said you would do. Support our staffs and support our students. It's easy to sit behind the desk and make decisions. One of the city council members, and I'll leave with this, came and said, I shouldn't have come out here because I see how dedicated you are. I wouldn't want this building closed either. Tough decisions to make, but I implore you, come and check on us. Again, in my email, I said, if it's not genuine, don't come. And I still mean that. But it's hard for me to believe that none of you have come and that you all are that disingenuous. I cannot believe, and I know that that's not you all. Help to prove me wrong. As long as there's 5828 Apache Lane, my teachers are going to be there. As long as there's 5828 Apache Lane, our children will be there. As long as there's 5828 Apache Lane, my heart and I will be there. Because we do it better when we do it.
Madam Clerk. Thank you. There are 5 voicemails.
Yes, sir.
Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Rebecca, and I'm leaving this voicemail to be played at the meeting today as I cannot attend. I'm the parent of a TC Miller student, and I'm just calling concerning the proposal to close the schools, TC Miller and Sandusky, at the end of this year to hopefully save a couple of $1 million. I understand the need to save money. I understand that from a budgeting standpoint. I work in finance. My concern is there has been no thought about how this will affect the students. Lynchburg City Schools continually states that the purpose is to make sure that our students are well educated. They stand on this principle of educating students. However, I feel like this is a huge disservice to the city students, who will then now have huge classroom sizes, where all the research shows that smaller classrooms make a difference, specifically for students who live in low-income areas, for students of color. There's so much research on the importance of smaller classroom sizes. My understanding is that the management company said that the school should not be over 85%, but this will bump the schools out of that percentile. So I just have a lot of questions that I don't feel like you guys are answering. I don't feel like this is well thought of. If I was to say, hey, I'm going to move to another state in 3 months and have no plan, like, that makes no sense. But you guys are saying we're going to move hundreds of students to other schools. We'll see what happens, and that literally makes no sense. So I just wanted to make those comments. I hope that you guys have something that you have to show for your plan or your proposal, because this is nonsensical.
Hi, my name is Beth Pollard. I'm a parent and a community member for the Lynchburg City School District, and I wanted to leave a voicemail for the budget meeting this evening. I'm very concerned that we're still talking about the budget for school year 2024-25 during the month of March. That is terrifying to me, and it tells me we probably don't have a budget plan for the next 5 years or 10 years as well. I think this is concerning. I understand that there is a deficit that needs to be addressed. I do not think that closing TC Miller and Sandusky elementary schools will get you very far in meeting that deficit. I don't think that it's worth it. I think that if you're looking for cutting FTEs, maybe looking at some of the other options, particularly ones identified last year, like option 1 that the community had selected was the most okay with them, might be the one to explore. We've been saying this all year. I don't know if we've been heard. I think the first step to solving any problem is identifying the problem. I don't even think that part has happened yet. Identify the real problem here in a way to come up with a solution. If you're not being honest with yourselves or the community as to what has contributed to this problem, then how on earth are you to solve it? You need to be honest and accountable for the reasons this deficit exists. in order to be able to rebuild trust in the community. So stop talking about rezoning as the reason why you want to change everything or bringing in a new curriculum to shake things up. The honest problem before us is that we don't have the money for funding the school programs next year. And I think all ideas need to be exhausted. I hope that before you had thought about closing our very best elementary schools, you have explored any options for state aid and federal aid, maybe public-private partnerships. Certainly, I would say stop hiring consultants. How many FTEs are these consultants costing you? You know, what is the equivalent in paying these consultants? Is it 4 teacher positions? Is it 10 teacher positions? What are we talking about? I mean, stop spending more money. You guys are bright enough to come up with solutions on your own. I feel like everybody's been looking for a reason for why you're in this position and waiting for an answer to just fall into your lap, like city council is going to give more money or the governor is going to give more money. We have to go out and get that money. I implore you, do not just close these elementary schools at the end of this year. I think that would show a lack of foresight. Instead, let's have careful consideration and thoughtful and thorough planning. Thank you.
This message is for the City School Board. This is Angela Davis. I am a mother of 4 children in Lynchburg City Schools, one who is a graduating senior this year and one who is a kindergartner at Sandusky Elementary School. I am voicing my opinion because I'm unable to attend the meeting tonight, but I just want to be clear that this plan to move forward with closing Sandusky is not in the best interest of our students. Sandusky needs to be in the budget for next year. You all need to have a plan for where our students are going to go. The rezoning plan is not acceptable. We are looking at overcrowding of classrooms and an unequal division of race and economic status. And we are going to do everything that we can in order to make sure that our kids have a fair chance at their education. Please consider this in your vote. Again, a concerned parent of 4 Lynchburg City Schools, one who started their education at LCS and one who has just started their education at LCS. Please keep Sandusky open. Please keep those educators and administrative staff employed. Please keep our kids out of 25+ classrooms. Please keep our kids in Sandusky Elementary. Thank you.
The following message is for the school board meeting tonight.
Good evening. My name is Hadley Jones, and I attend T.C. Miller Elementary. And I am wanting to tell you that to me, you just care about the money. And all of the kids at T.C. Miller and Sandusky Elementary have nowhere to go because there isn't enough room to fit all of us at the other schools. We matter more than the money. You can't just shut down a school and keep the money and throw us away. I bet you every kid who knows that their school is getting shut down, they go home and just sit there and cry and think there's no school that I want to go to because the school I'm at is where I'm going to stay. Because that's exactly what I did. And think what you've been putting these elementary kids through and their parents. Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Joanna Darenbecker. I'm an LCS parent. I have 2 daughters, one at Sandusky Middle and one at Heritage High School. And this message is for the school board meeting tonight on March 19th. I just am calling to express my concern regarding the proposed rezoning plan. I think while I understand the logistics or the need for logistical adjustments, I really strongly oppose this plan because I think it can exacerbate racial divisions and it's going to lead to overcrowding. I think that we are segregating our communities or in concentrating students from marginalized backgrounds into these specific schools, and that perpetuates inequality, and it also undermines diversity and inclusion. We want our schools to be vibrant, equitable spaces that foster learning among students from all backgrounds. I also think that this is going to impact the quality of the education and their student well-being. It's going to strain resources. It's going to compromise teacher-to-student ratios, and it's going to be detrimental to all of our students, and our students deserve better. So I just urge you to consider some alternative solutions that prioritize diversity, equity, and inclusion, and the well-being of all our students. And I think we need to work together to find a solution that promotes that promotes diversity and provides every child, just like you say, by name and by need, with an opportunity to thrive. Thanks.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, does it cover everybody who has signed up or has left a voicemail?
Yes.
Any emails?
No, sir.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adjourn public hearing section?
Motion.
Second.
Mrs. Lowry, Mr. DePaul. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Charles?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Lowry?
Yes.
Motion carries 9-0.
Thank you. Next one is chair comment. As I said, and I'm confirming that we're still working on the budget, but the realities of the budget, and if you look at it, in last 3 years, the governor has given about 12% pay raise. But when they give pay raises, they give only for SOQ faculty. They don't finance or fund the rest of the non-SOQ faculty. The rest the district has to come up from their own. And 80% of our budget is human resource. So you do the numbers and you know, and our funding, as Dr. Day has stated in his documents, has gone down from 42 million from local contribution to almost 37.4, which 1.9 on top of that was in contingency reserve, not in our operating budget. So if you add the numbers together, and if you're running your own business or running your own home, you figure out how you're going to run it. Now, in terms of building schools, as you know, there's a bill in the House which was passed. The bill also went through Senate for carving out 1% sale tax for building local school infrastructure. Last year, Halifax County had it. They approved it. But it depends on localities to approve it. So if the locality approves that 1% carve out, and it's on a referendum for citizens to approve that, it gives to City of Lynchburg, city school system, almost 15 million, am I correct?
Yep.
I'm looking at Dr. Wardica, $15 million a year. So you may ask, what is $15 million going to give me in terms of building a school? What it does is it provides city the more capability to borrow money, because when the bond issuers know, and I hope I'm not too technical, that they know that you have the capacity to pay off those bonds in a certain period of time, they're willing to lend you money. So 15 million a year. Think about that. Our deferred maintenance in City of Lynchburg schools is about 100 million, roughly 100 million. In 7 years, the deferred maintenance is taken care of. If you think about building Sandusky, right now is about $65 million. So that bond issuance becomes a lot more easier for the localities to do it, which they don't have the capability at this point to do. But school boards we don't have power to generate revenue. You may ask us to give this, but our finances are limited in terms of what we get. So I just wanted to stop there and present those facts to you, because the reality is the school board doesn't have resources, revenue generation power anywhere in the Commonwealth of Virginia. So, thank you. The next one is item H1, notice of closed meeting. The school board chair recommends school board approves a motion to convene a closed meeting to discuss the following as permitted by Virginia Code S 2-37 11A8, consultation with legal counsel on the issue of transgender model policy, and Virginia Code S 2.23711A4, A14, discussion of assignment and appointment of employees in consideration of budget-related reduction in force. Is there a motion to?
Motion.
Mr. DePaul?
Second.
Mr. Trost? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Jalil?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Trost?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries.
We are in closed session. We'll go upstairs to second floor. Thank you. Lynchburg School Board certifies that in the closed meeting just concluded, nothing was discussed except the matter or matters, number one, specifically identified in the motion to convene a closed meeting, and two, lawfully permitted to be so discussed under the provisions of Virginia Freedom of Information Act cited in that motion. Is there a motion to?
Motion.
Mr. DePaul?
Second.
Frost? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Trost?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes.
Dr. Carter? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries.
So we are back in the out of closed session. The next item is item I1, fiscal year 2025 operating budget discussion. Dr. Edwards.
Yep. So let me start with the end in mind, and the end is really not the end, but just a mid-break. So by code, before April 1, we have to give an official, this is our request for funds for Lynchburg City Schools to the appropriating body, which makes sense because we're going right into the joint meeting next week, and then negotiations between the two governing bodies, and they, City Council will vote on their budget in their session and work session, 2 sessions in May. So part of what we've done is kind of go back in time to some of the things that we presented earlier. So a lot of these documents are the same documents that you've seen. And usually I put dates on them, from January, when all we had was the governor's budget at that point, from December, and we know a lot has happened since then. I do want to point out that the governor's budget originally had a 1% bonus, not a salary increase, and now we're hearing that it's most likely going to be a 3% salary increase. So while we are looking at voting on a budget number, things still have to be worked out in terms of what all that entails with that. We provided a lot of data that the board had requested, so you'll see some additional data as well as budget history. And then I do want to point out that the item that's 1.2B, submitted component unit LCS budget FY25 board vote. This was the vote that the board took in January based on the governor's budget and where we were then. It is on the document that the city requires that we submit to them, and I did modify that document just a tiny bit so I don't get in trouble. And in the modification, there is an area that says agency requested, that's us. And then there's a manager proposed, that is the city manager. And at the time that we did this, we did not have the proposed manager's budget. So both of those columns are identical, and it says agency, that's us, and then it says LCS proposal, that is the exact same thing. Again, if anybody's looking and wondering why that's different. But we wanted to keep it on the sheets that the city gave us, because ultimately that's what we're going to submit back to the city, along with much more detail. Over the past couple months, we've talked a little bit about some of the budget cuts that we have to make. I think Dr. Woodica teed us off with $17 million. I need to be clear that that is not $17 million worth of CARES only money. And I do believe at the presentation that Dr. Woodica did in January, he kind of outlined where those different deficits are coming from. Some of it is CARES, some of it is increases in just the natural cost of doing business here in LCS. But I did hear that folks think, oh, you're just getting rid of the $17 million worth of CARES stuff. Not true. So some of the cuts that we did propose in January and we continue to look at are operating budget cuts, not just CARES funded things that we've added in the last 2 years. You've heard a lot about the Virtual Academy, LCS Restore, but there are other positions and other things that we have to look at to make those cuts. So we've been having those discussions about that, but ultimately the budget is not final until the state finishes theirs and the city finishes theirs, and then we get our final appropriation, which probably won't be until the end of May. So what we need to do tonight, before we're finished, we can talk and answer a lot of questions, is at the end of the night, we either are going to have to schedule another meeting before April 1st if we do not vote tonight on what to submit to the city as the official to meet that date. Mrs. Jamies will put it all back together in whatever form we use in that component unit, whatever that final decision is tonight. So hope I teed all that up and got everybody at least where we need to be.
Dr. Day, you want to explain your chair of finance committee?
Sure. Yeah, I think there's a lot that needs explaining here. Could we display file that's posted, synopsis 3, the first page of it, please? Synopsis 3, first page. I think I'm seeing what, oh, yeah, there we go. Yes. Okay. So this page is largely something that you've seen before. This is just an attempt to summarize the budget process that the board has been through up to this point. So at the top is, well, about the top 2/3 is the original proposal from the administration. You see in the balance at the right-hand column, the deficit, anticipated deficit of $17.7 million. Then you see 9.5 million in proposed division level reductions, and 5.2 in proposed school level reductions. That means each individual school is asked to contribute a portion of that 5.2 million in reductions. In the revenue column, you see that in order to make that balance with to make our revenue and operations balance, we would need an additional $3.1 million. That was the original proposal from the administration. Now, on January 30, when the board looked at this, the board was uncomfortable with the number of positions being contemplated for reduction. They were uncomfortable with the cancellation of the virtual academy and with the cuts to LCS Restore. So the board asked to put back in those 3 items. That was putting back in an additional $5 million. And so that meant we were going to need to increase our request from the city to 47.5. That's above the flat funding that we have been told over and over and over again is the most that we can expect from the city. So it was that number, 47.5, that was the basis of what the board recommended on January 30. It still includes a lot of the cuts in positions and programs that are outlined there. Now, the next page of this document has generated a lot of angst, consternation, frustration, all understandable on the part of the community. I think there's been a misunderstanding here. There is no proposal to close Sandusky or T.C. Miller early. That is not what this document is. All this is saying, what if the city says no? The city insists that they're only giving us flat funding. That leaves us with a deficit of about $3 million. Where are we going to find $3 million? This document simply suggests that one way to do that would be to close Sandusky and T.C. Miller early. But there is no proposal on the table to do that. This is just saying if the city insists on flat funding, we have a gap to fill. If we can come up with other ways to come up with an additional $3.1 million, then there would be no need to close those schools early. It's just making the point that we may be faced with that level of a decision. This is, again, this is not a proposal to close those schools early. It's just asking people to realize that might be something we're forced to if the city insists on flat funding. So I understand people's concern and how hypersensitive everyone is right now about the school closures that we've been contemplating, but this is not, at this point, a proposal to close schools early. I want people to understand that. Now, the last thing I want to say is, well, then what should we do? The board's current recommendation was to base its request from this, to make its request from the city to be the 47.5 million, which is above the flat funding that the school or that the city has told us. I would like to suggest that we not ask for that much, not because I disagree with the desire to put these roughly 25 positions, the Virtual Academy and LS Restore, back on their feet, but simply because there's zero probability that we're going to get it. We've been told over and over and over that it's not possible. And I don't want to send the superintendent up before the city council to make a case for something that we have been told repeatedly is outside of the realm of possibility. I don't think it's fair to the superintendent. I don't think it's fair to the administration to be planning on something that we know is not possible. So my suggestion is that we go back to the administration's original proposal to request 42.5 million from the city as a compromise between flat funding and what we think it ought to be. That's all I have to say.
Dr. Day, the 39.4 was what city manager had in his presentation to the city council last Tuesday. Is that the correct statement? Right?
Yes.
That's what was presented to the city council, a recommendation of flat funding to Lynchburg City Schools. So you're asking for 3.2 million
That's
more
right.
on top of that 39.4. So we don't have to cut another 3.2 from our.
Yes.
Discussion on.
So, Mr. Chair, I was just going to say that, first of all, I commend you guys for coming out again, right, telling us how you feel. I heard you. Don't have a plan, you're frustrated, trust is lost. I get it. And so when I saw this, and this is me personally as an individual school board member, it does scare you, right? Because it says that we're closing the school early, right? But that's a failure on our part to communicate that this is more of a scare tactic than the reality, right? And so if I was going to make a motion to remove that line item stated early closure. So I think as we go into, and I'm talking to you guys, as we go into budget discussions with council, which is open to the public, you guys need to understand, or we also need to understand that sometimes when things are written down, they're perceived differently, right? I have no intention of closing the school personally. I've always went with scenario one. So I think as a board, we have to do better in communicating this to public, especially if it's in board docs in bold, we're closing the school. If that's not what our intention is, then we don't need to scare you guys. We need to scare across the street, okay? So from this individual board member, I apologize. So that's what I wanted to share. So.
Mr. Trost?
All right. I guess we'll get to go around and do board comments.
No, no, we will.
Okay, well, let me just say a couple things. And I had spoken to some of you individually. But you have to understand, when you, from my perspective, again, individual board member and an attorney, when you engage in litigation, it becomes an adversarial situation. So I don't know who gave you guys the advice to engage in litigation. But at that point, I can't speak to you guys anymore. And I thought I tried to make that clear. And that's me. And that's just, it is what it is. But I also think you understand now that we do not, as a board, want to close any school. T.C. Miller and Sandusky are wonderful schools. But it comes down to funding, and we do not have the capability to raise funds. I do not want to close Sandusky or T.C. Miller for next year. I want that extra bit of runway so we can do some analysis and come up with some other opportunities, potentially, as the hybrid model at T.C. Miller. Those are all plans I think are fantastic. But our hands are being forced. So, and for you guys to come up here and express your anger at us as a board, I don't quite think is fair, especially when I can't defend myself. I can't stand that. That drives me crazy.
We don't get to defend ourselves ever.
Or you get to speak without any unchecked fact comments.
So do you.
Well, you can check me.
That's not interesting.
Okay, well, all right, never mind. So, in any way, you tell me, and I know you say these plans, whether it's a solar plan or what have you, I think those are neat ideas. I do. We are running out of runway, time-wise, to investigate some of those plans. So we need another year or so. We do not want to close these schools. And you guys have been going across the street, and thank you for doing that. But you have to understand, there's only so much that we can do as a school board in trying to get money out of city council. It's just a fact, that's a fact, unfortunate. But we do not want to close the schools. You've even quoted me, somebody quoted me, is we don't want to subject these children to multiple movement of schools. Nobody wants to do that. It is about the children for us. So that's what's saying. I appreciate you. I can ask you to continue to go across the street. Try to see if we can get, I think we voted at 47.5 million. I voted for that. We knew that was a long shot, but you got to ask to get it. It's not a reality. Let's see if we can get the extra 3.2 and buy some time for T.C. Miller and Sandusky. We have very difficult decisions that we're having to make, not fun decisions, not just on closing schools, but other personnel matters. We don't want to make them, but we're being forced to do it. It's the facts. So I appreciate your comments, and we'll do what we can. And I'll speak to anybody. Well, I guess
You can't.
I can't. I can't. That's right.
There's only 5 of us on the lawsuit. You can't.
You
Yeah,
can't,
but
it's
I'm
a
a-
dialogue.
Yeah.
Okay, you're engaging in that.
It's not a time.
Yeah. Oh well. Listen, anybody can be a potential witness in litigation.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
Yeah. That's fine. I'm done.
Today, you want to talk about that PPA legal statement?
I had one other comment I wanted to make, which I think is something that's important to the public. A number of the emails that board members have received have raised the issue of why haven't we done anything about funding for the additional classrooms at Bass. And the public needs to know that there is something in the works concerning the construction of additional classrooms at Bass. It will come to the board at its April 9th meeting, but at present, the details of this are protected under the terms of the Public-Private Education Facilities and Infrastructure Act of 2002. Now, the staff wanted me to be clear that the staff has known about this for a few months now, and there have been some closed sessions, briefings to the board about it, but because of the confidentiality requirements of the law, we could not make those things public. It will become public on April 9th, and then I think at the meeting after that, the board will have an opportunity to vote on it. So I just wanted the public to know that it's not the case that nothing is happening about that. Something is happening, but it's confidential information according to law at this point in time.
Other comments on the presentation?
I think the
Mr. Jalil?
I think the public wants to know, at least a good majority of it, that the schools will be safe if we do find the money. If the money is given by City Council to LCS, that the schools will be first in consideration for being saved. That's not shown clearly on the presentation. I think that people would appreciate seeing that as a priority. There are a couple of avenues where the money could come in. As was stated, City Council could simply provide it above level funding, but that covers what's on this page that Dr. Day just presented. It could come by the state increase of 1% for sales tax that then the City Council would have to agree on. But again, that money, that approximately 15 million, is not designated here specifically for the two schools. So that's an issue. And just like it's not likely the school system is going to receive above level funding, as was mentioned, it's also not likely that the City Council can all agree on increasing that 1% or approving that 1% in tax sales increase if it gets through Richmond. All that being said, I'm for turning T.C. Miller into a hybrid school. I'm for rebuilding Sandusky, perhaps with this organization that can build cheaper school buildings. If we can get above level funding for those things, at least heading towards that direction in a year ahead, then I would certainly vote for that. I think our communication needs to be clearer. I think it has to be more interactive with the public. And if the public can show us other avenues of gaining the money we need to keep the schools open specifically, not just save these positions and other things that are on this document that was presented, then we can move forward, I think, with a lot of collaboration.
Other comments?
Mr. Trost used the word adversarial. I think this situation has put us in an adversarial position. The fact that most of us are sitting here suggests that we are concerned about children, that we care about children, that we want what's best for them. And so we cannot afford to allow our different thoughts about things to put us in an adversarial position, because the truth of the matter is we're on the same team. We want what's best for kids. We want this funding to be provided so that our children can be well educated, so they can go to safe schools that they can identify with, if you will. And so I just request that we all be patient with each other, that we all remember that we are on the same team, that we're speaking the same language, that we're saying to City Council, we want this money, and this money comes from our city, and we expect you to appropriate the funds that are necessary to help our children.
Mrs. Lowry or Mr. DePaul?
No comment.
I just want you guys to, I want to echo sort of what Mrs. Preston was saying, you know. It's not over till it's over, for one thing. And two, we are trying to get the money that we need for you guys. But I've learned being new on the board, we're the child, there's a parent. When the parent gives you your allowance, You have to deal with that allowance with what you're given. So I can't go out on my own if let's pretend I'm 5 years old and get a job. I can't bring in that extra revenue. And now we apply for grants, we go and do other things to try to get funding. But at the end of the day, we know we need to be fiscally responsible, and that's what we're trying to do as well. But if you look at the last presentation when Dr. Martin did it, and he showed how little we've been getting and how inflation has gone up, but we're not getting more, we're not going along with the inflation and receiving that revenue from that parent, then we have to do with what we're given. And, you can't, get blood out of a turnip. I mean, you gotta deal with what you're given. So, but hang in there, we're working on it, okay?
Dr. Carter, what's this?
I was just reflecting back on the fact that when I started on the board about 9 years ago, that we were receiving about $46 million. And now we have more demands, students with more struggles and challenges, and are now receiving less money. And if you are receiving, if you have a household, who goes back that much money? And you have to meet the challenges of today. That just doesn't make sense. But at the same time, we're not the only school division. The care funds was wonderful, but it also helped the appropriating bodies to say, you all have money, and to take us back this far. But as for the Sandusky and T.C. Miller, we hear you. And I hate the fact that we cause more anxiety and frustration, and we're not here to try to scare anybody. And we really need to remove that from that document. If it's not important, or if it's not needed and it's not, we need to take it off of there.
Thank you.
Can I mention one thing real quick?
Go ahead.
So there was a comment tonight about the energy efficiency and solar process. I just wanted to give the board an update. We did have it was a great suggestion when it came up before. It's something that's been on our agenda for a little while. So we have gone through the first process of procuring a relationship for energy efficiency and potentially solar going forward. So that is in process. Just understand that takes some time. There's a capital intensive process, not necessarily for capital from us, but other folks. So it does take some time. So we're definitely working through that. But that's not probably something that will be up and running for next fiscal year, at least certainly not July 1st. But it is in the works. We're doing it, and really appreciate that conversation because, again, it was something has been on our radar, and it was a great push to move that forward. So.
Anybody else before I'll make my comment? So I wanted to say certain things. Some of you may think that we are just sitting idle, not fighting for you. To give you an example, last Friday we had a meeting, and I asked the City Hall, how do you feel that your employees will get 3% increase and ours will have to struggle because we don't have that $1.5 million non-SOQ match funding required. So in terms of building schools, definitely, but the problem is the funding. The city's funding capability or capacity, as you know, you've been a city manager, is almost to the top. So it requires some revenue stream to justify issuing more bonds to get more debt. So this 1% tax, I thought, was an idea which can move some money and justify building a school or schools or fixing the current infrastructure. In terms of funding, if you look at it, and I normally don't point fingers, but I'm going to say that tonight, $13 million of overflow this year on the City Hall side. How much of that came to Lynchburg City Schools? Zero. Where were people fighting for Lynchburg City Schools at that time saying, how come LCS doesn't have a dime out of that $13 million? Nobody. I watched those public comments, I watched those, but I cannot go there and fight. That's the problem in my current role is. But that $13 million is zero, not a cent, came to Lynchburg City Schools. And if that's the trend you're projecting, good luck. And so that's the problem we have. In our current offices, there's so much we can say publicly, Mr. Frost, you know it, right? But the reality is, the city manager made his presentation last Tuesday when we were meeting as a board, and the projection was $39.4 million at what LCS would get. Now for us, we can keep fighting for 47.5 and never get it, or try to figure out a midway ground where we can say, okay, can you come up with another 3 million, 2 million, 2.5 million, because we need to patch up that gap of 3.1 million, plus we need 1.5 million to pay 3% increase for our teachers. Because I don't want to be working for a school district where the governor is saying, I'm giving you 3% increase, but not knowing that half of that is unfunded mandate. The legislator in Richmond is telling you I'm giving teachers 3%, but technically they're giving only SOQ. The non-SOQ, Dr. Edwards and the school district has to come up from their own pocket. And we depend on localities to fund that money. Year after year, as I said before, 12% in last 3 years. $80 million budget, that's $9.6 million. Half of that is almost $4.8 million of funding through the school district. We don't have that kind of coffers because we don't have power to raise taxes or generate revenue, right? And that's the dilemma we have year after year. And this will continue for the years to come. It's not going to change with this school board or next school board. The problem is the revenue side is shrinking and the need side is going up. And as I said to several of you, people say you got 600 less students. Yes, but the number of students with IEP is remained constant at 1,000. Is 1,000. My own daughter was on an IEP. She had a one-to-one instruction from a Heritage High School teacher. And I think I was talking to you, Mrs. Lowry, today, $65,000 a year, one-to-one instruction, required by law, need to fulfill that IEP. God knows how many students are in the same shoes.
And if I can add to what you're saying, I visited Laurel, and their numbers have gone up for children that have need those IEPs and are in wheelchairs. The number has gone up.
So public school system is taking care of students which normally a private school will not take because they're high need, high behavior issues, and requires 2-to-1, 3-to-1, 1-to-1 care. So when you tell me the number of students are down, I fully understand. But come with me to the schools and walk through the hallway. The needs have gone up. They have gone up. And the thing is, the needs have gone up. But the problem is the budget, the top line is constant or decreasing. So you got to manage within those resources. And I feel for our teachers, they got to do multiple tasks. Means, the other day we were at Perrymont Elementary, they were doing the science test the same day. I think the problem, multiple schools are doing events on the same night. Sandusky had a family night, Perrymont had a science night, So, but these teachers are staying beyond regular hours to work and teach the students and show to the community what excellent, good job they're doing. So, but they're not compensated for that, and you don't, and I'm not running for an office to make a statement to make you feel good and be happy and walk away saying Gupta guy is a good guy and need to clap for him. The problem is you don't become a teacher just for the money. I would not have been a professor if I'm looking for money. Money you make in business, and you make plenty of money. But it has to be a reasonable compensation. Think about that. Our teachers, if they don't get 3% increase this year, what happens to their morale? And every day, I'm looking at it, and I've talked to several of you, where will that $1.5 million will come from? We are looking at 3.2, why it's showing up 1.2. The problem is you got to beyond that, you got employees who are working in the system, you're hearing the news every day that the governor is doing 3, Senate is doing 3.6. There'll be somewhere in between, and I'm looking at non-SOP funds. So the dollars are still a moving part. 26, we have a joint session with the city, and hopefully we can come to a consensus where we don't have to make a lot of cuts, but it has become sort of a year after year. This is not the first year. Mr. Andrews, you were there with us, Heritage High School last year. You and I were sitting right beside each other. There was a litany of things we need to be cutting. And 2 school closures was there at that time too. You remember the sheet was presented right at the 11th hour to the school board. So these things have been there. This is not anything new. Mr. Jalil, go ahead.
Yes, sir. I am willing to put forth a motion to cut the ask from 47.5 million down to 45.4 million. That's one thing. Related to that, I would like to know a couple of scenarios from you.
Are you making a motion for
In-
45.5?
I'm not finished yet, sir.
Okay.
I would like to hear from you a couple of scenarios where either both schools could be saved as is or changed one to the,
I don't have any
You have
opinions
no-
on that, sir.
you have no what?
I don't have, where will I have scenarios from? You have the same knowledge as I do. So what do you expect
What
me
is,
to do?
what do you think would be required to actually keep the schools functioning as they are through 2024, 2025, and so forth?
$3.2 million, the gap between the level funding and what the superintendent has asked. And maybe 1.5 on top of that for giving teachers 1.5.
Yeah, that's, I think they would value saving the schools over an increase of their paychecks.
So you're answering your own question. Well, what are you, I'm not,
For that-
sorry,
for
I'm
that-
not clear.
For that extra 1.5. So I'm just going to repeat the question is, under what, I don't see here, giving 3.1 million, getting 3.1 million from the city council is going to save both schools. That's what you're telling me, or no?
Ask Dr. Day, you're asking.
I'm
her.
asking you because you're asking for the 3.1 million from city council, and you're saying
I'm-
47.5 is too high, some median would be great, 39 is level funding. What are you?
47.5 is a pie in the sky, to be very honest with you. That's a very high level of funding. You can ask it day in, day out. If you get it, good luck. But city manager in his proposed budget, which is, the bureaucracies work in a certain way. The city manager last Tuesday in his budget to the city council presented 39.4 funding for Lynchburg City Schools. That's what we have right now.
And you're going to ask for 3.1 million above that?
I'm just one of the 9 board members.
Are we going to ask for 3.1 million above that?
If the board agrees to do that,
And will that save those two schools?
I don't know. We'll see. You're asking me questions based on Dr. Day's,
Okay. Dr. Day, can you hear us?
that table is not mine. You're asking the wrong guy. So,
Yes, I can hear you.
yeah, he has a question for your table.
Do you hear the line of,
So you are asking that if I am understanding, your question is, if we go with the superintendent's original recommendation of a request of 42.5 from the city, which is an increase of over their level funding, would that save the two schools? That number just assumes that the board's decision last fall to close those two schools in the fall of 2025 still stands. Under that proposal, those schools would operate for one additional year. Whether they operate beyond that or not would be a subject for the budget in future fiscal years. Our decision on this year's budget is based on the assumption that those schools are going to continue to operate for the fiscal year 2024 through 2025. I don't know if that answers your question. That's the best I can do for you.
the 3.1 million will enable those schools to run 2024 to 2025? That's what I understood from what you're saying.
You look at his table, the numbers were clear there.
And I see it as 3.2. I'm not sure where you're getting the 3.1.
Yeah, it's
If you look, 3.2, if you look at synopsis number 3,
Yes,
look at the very bottom line.
second page.
Yep. There.
Subtracting 3.2.
And the reason 3.2 is,
The 3.2 came from the estimates that we had in the middle of the facilities study about what the cost savings would be if we closed T.C. Miller and Sandusky. That's where that number came from.
And we're not asking for that same number back in this proposal with the 42, whatever, correct? We're not asking for the 3.2
No.
in order to save those.
No, we're not.
Correct. So the only way to actually keep the schools going is to change our decision as a board to keep the schools operating and look for budget cuts elsewhere. To the tune at first of 3.2 million actually for both, for these two schools. So we would have to look for another 3.2 million and then apply it to the schools. But we would have to make another decision to actually keep the schools going. I think I see what you're saying.
And that would have to be done for every year's budget, year after year after year into the future.
Yes, yes. So just as someone was saying, just giving us a little extra time on the runway to look for other monies, whether it's grants, otherwise. So in my original statement, I was willing to put forth the motion to take off, I think it was 2.1 million from the original the proposal I had made beforehand to 45.4 million ask to City Council. Nevertheless, that would only save LCS Restore and the Virtual Academy, nothing else. So it's not addressing the issue of the two schools staying open. It's just addressing a more likely scenario where we would get more money than the level funding. Because again, as was mentioned by a couple of different board members and staff, administration, unless you ask, you will not. You have zero chance. You're talking about zero chance based on what they said. In real life, people don't always make decisions based on things that are ethereal. They make decisions based on what's in front of them. So what is it called? A bird in the hand is worth more than two in the bush or something like that. So we have to make an ask above level funding, or there is absolutely 0.00 chance to get any more.
Can I say something?
Yes.
We did that, and the memo said dead upon arrival. So we already tried that. That's why we're saying that doesn't work. That's why if we go with what Superintendent Edwards had in the first place, our chances are better than continually raising it. Because we raised it once, and yeah, it was like, no.
There is 100% more of a chance, though, from last time, because the last time that this happened, it was a no. The last time, right?
Yes,
Last
it was a
time.
definite no.
Right, but that wasn't asking for more, that was asking for.
No, we asked for more.
That's
We
not-
asked for 47. That's way more than 42.
When was this? I'm not talking about this,
Who
I'm
made the
talking
motion
about,
for-
I'm talking before I was a board member, Dr. Edwards.
Oh, well, you didn't stipulate that when you're talking.
There was a mention of asking city council for a certain amount, and it came back as, failure.
In the current year?
He's talking about previous years.
Oh, yeah, I can kind of go back and see. Last year, we did ask for more. We were trying to get to 1550 last year. We asked for what we need.
15.
Yeah, we've asked for what we've needed. I will say during the COVID years, we did try to do level funding because we were trying to be that partner that said, we're fortunate that we have CARES funding and we can use that right now, but it won't be here later. So we're just buying time with the hopes that we would get back up to where we need to be. I do want just the public to understand parts of this and the how we do this. So the city has all different departments, obviously, that are also doing their budgets at the same time. And one of the things that I did ask was, it's not uncommon for, especially in trying times, for a manager or even myself as a superintendent to say, I need you to come in at level funding, right? And I'll say that to my principal, and my principal right there. I'll say that to my principal, come in at level. If you come in a little bit lower, that's even better, but come in at level. But what does that mean? All right. For a building principal, what that usually means is he's looking at purchase services, supplies, other things, PD, and trying to keep that flat, right? We're still going to have the same amount of money for field trips, y'all. We have a little less for something else, and you know, those types of things. Not necessarily thinking about staff, right? So the process for us, when we're asked to come in at level funding, it is stay where you are, including your staffing numbers, right? Your staff raises, whatever you do, you have to stay at level. I asked the question just about how it happens on the other side with the city and whether or not the police or the fire department, when they're asked to come in at level funding, is it the same? It is not. So when they're asked to come in at level funding, similarly, they'll look at the stuff, the things, the purchases, and that's what they keep in. Their salaries are done by the city manager. Our salaries are inclusive of a level ask. So when we say 39, if the governor does like he did last year or 2 years ago, 5%, 5%, 2%, right? That was really nice. But when it was at level funding, we had to find it somewhere. So we found it in CARES money. We sort of bought time. And that is what is occurring again. We're being asked to come in at level funding, recognizing that things go up, salaries go up as they should, but our pocket has to stay there. Now, if all I had was about 20% of my funding was employees, I might be able to work that out. But when 80% of your budget is people, coming in at level makes it very, very difficult if you even expect, just keep up with the cost of living or inflation. So those are some of the challenges that we face. We've asked for more. After we came out of COVID, even before we went in COVID, I remember doing a slide saying, we are here right now where we're asking for level. But we need to get back to where we were. The responsibility of both state and local government to fund our schools, right? That is our responsibility. And you all have heard me say, it would be very wrong for me to say to a staff member, before I determine how much I'm going to give you in a raise, I need to know how your spouse is going to do. Are they bringing home more money? Because if you're getting more from one end, split funded, then I get to lower you, right? Who does that in anybody's household, right? That's what we experienced last year. The state did a higher investment in schools in general, even with declining enrollment. The city went down, right? Those are facts, not pointing fingers, just dealing with the facts. So we stay level. There is no way, if the future of our school division is to stay level for life, we're not going to survive at stay level for life. Our teachers won't be able to make it. Our kids won't be able to make it because it's just not enough to sustain what needs to happen in here. So part of what we are trying to do is be fiscally responsible while stepping up at increments that hopefully the city can handle, we can manage. And then the next year, because you don't just do one budget at a time, you gotta be forward thinking, right? So we do a little bit, a little bit, a little bit, and we work our way out there. There are two very important things that I just need to say. One, you all have stood up here and told us the research on small schools, and you are not wrong, right? We all know small schools work. We know that, right? Not one parent came up here and said, I'm just complaining, my school's too small, and it's not working for my children. Says no parent ever. We, the educators, we know that. If that's where we are, we love our small schools. Our community has to commit to, we love our small schools, and yes, we know it does cost more to operate a small school, right? Because you got to start with the basics. Got to have principal, nurse, all that, all the things. But we love it, and that's what we want to do. That's commitment number one. And I have been in communities where that's been the commitment. They're just like, nope, this is what we do here. Commitment number two says, we have so many buildings. And not one of those buildings is a school where parents are coming up here going, close that school, these teachers are terrible, not one, not one. So this is not about performance. As a matter of fact, it's been the opposite, right? All of you are out here like, love my school, we're doing the things, right? We got kids out here. So it's not that. But when we have so many buildings, none of my teachers need to be in the building where it leaks, where there's mold, where the temperature on this side is 50 degrees and the temperature on that side is 90 degrees, and we know that that's a reality. You have to commit to an ongoing, regular maintenance plan. First, you got to get it all back up, right? But you also have to say, each year, I'm going to budget for, because I don't want to wait until the windows are falling apart to develop a window replacement plan. I know in so many years, I'm going to need windows. I know that we're going to need this, and I'm going to budget for it. That is the community that we need to be in if we're going to keep all of our schools open. And you all know that since I started, like week 2, Edwards hits the ground running, close the school, decline in enrollment. What are you doing, right? Our capital improvement plan, we've had conversations about that. No secret when we started, it was Bill Sandusky, right? It was get a new school. These are all the things. That is not where we are right now. And I never want any of you to sit here and think, you've been saying all this and it's just going on deaf ear. What you're saying is right. What we're missing is a commitment that acknowledges, yes, we have small schools where there's two teachers per grade level. That's a real small school. Effective school. Works for kids. Some kids might not want to be in a small school. But we are committed to saying that's important enough for us to keep that open. But we need everybody with the pockets to say that. We have all of these elementary schools, and we're committed to keeping them all open and healthy. And by healthy, I mean investing in the buildings, right? Making sure that they do have the proper ventilation and heating, and never mind all the other things that make a school wonderful. We need that community to do that part. And the piece that we have been facing is the financial piece that says we don't have that in there. We hear it, we don't have it in there on the staffing, on the operating side. We don't have it on the capital improvement side. That's where we're facing. But I need you to know that we do hear you. We absolutely side with you on what you're saying in terms of those things. This is our current reality. You said if we don't ask, we don't get. I've been asking and still not getting. That hasn't stopped me. I haven't gotten anything I asked yet. Still have to go out there and advocate for what we need for the kids, but also have to be fiscally responsible to say, I've got to make it work within the city, and I appreciate each one of you for trying to do that as well. Other things that you need to know, and Austin or my tech team, if you could bring up 2B submitted the component unit diagram, because I do need to address this so that we're all on the same page. Yes. If you go down to operating expenditures and our favorite line, which we stop at comma, administration, there's a comma there, attendance and health. And if you notice from one year to the next, if we go back to 2023, it was 9.2. And then magically it went down to 7.7, right? The attendance and health are part of administration. I say that all the time. I know when people think administration, they just probably think, oh, people in this building, and they're just going up and up and up. What we did last year was move a group of people who serve in the schools as attendance and health folks into cares, so we could give them the 15 and up an hour. We bought time. We're out of cares. We're not gonna fire those people. We're gonna put them back in operating. So what you see as an increase that maybe make you think like, oh, look at administration, they're adding more people. We're just bringing the people back that we moved so that we could pay them a decent wage with CARES funding. That is not a whole bunch of new administration positions. Please don't put that spin out there. It is not. Those are well-meaning, front-facing, greet you at the door, check on you individuals who were always in operating, and then last year we were forced to move them when the budget cut because we weren't cutting them. And now we're putting them back because we don't have CARES funding. So I really just want to be real clear on some of the factual things that are going on with the budget, so.
The other thing is, in the 39.4 level funding, last year, 1.9 was in contingency line. So all these budgets are built assuming the contingency line will come into the operating line. Otherwise, we'll be in hole by another $1.9 million. So, Mr. Jalil, I was assuming you're making a motion?
Well, if it's agreeable, I can do that. Let's see.
What's your motion?
My motion is to amend our decision to ask City Council for $47.5 million at our joint city council meeting to a $45.4 million ask instead, a reduction of $2.1 million.
Is there a second to that motion?
Go ahead. I'll second it because I want to understand, for discussion purposes, I'll second it because I do think it warrants some discussion at this point. Just for discussion.
Motion is on the
It's
floor.
information.
Discussion on that motion.
Okay, so it's reasonable.
Well, yeah, and could you tell me?
Can
how
I
you
ask
arrived
that the
at
numbers be repeated?
Okay.
Yes, the original ask we were going to make of City Council was $47.5 million, and I'm amending that, or replacing that with an ask for $45.4 million, a reduction of $2.1 million. And part of the discussion, explaining it is something to be considered that you can't over-ask. A pie in the sky type thing is a legitimate argument, whereas if you have almost any number of illustrations of over-asking, going up to someone and just asking them for.
And I understand the philosophy, but could you break down how you arrived at 45.4 million? I think I don't want to speculate as to how you got to that number, but could you break that down just for all of us?
Certainly. LCS Restore,
Which is 1.2,
the Virtual Academy,
which is
1.7.
1.7.
and the 25% of positions.
That's back to $47.5 million.
Yeah.
Correct. So taking away the
Right.
third one,
So you're adding, I just want to make sure I understand. So level funding at 39.4, assuming we get the contingency money. Then you're adding, this is my speculation, you tell me if I'm right or wrong. Then I'm speculating that you're adding 3.2 million to get us another year of TC Miller and Sandusky, is that correct?
no, sir.
Okay.
Why are
Well-
you shaking your head, Dr. Day?
Well, no, just focus on, he may, but, because, I'll tell you why I thought that, because if you look at the level funding at 39.4, add 3.2 for Sandusky, it gets you to, 42.5. Then if you add another 1.2 for the Restorative Academy, gets you to 43.7. Then you add another 1.7 for the Virtual Academy, it gets you to 45.4. So that's why, I did these numbers independently, but that's why I assumed maybe that's what you were going at. And maybe, I want to make sure number one, make sure I'm right on my numbers.
Well, the problem is, all that you added, that you wanted, there's already the 42.5 we're gonna ask. So all that's really higher than 45 that you're asking, with all that you had just added.
That's what I want to make sure I understand.
Yeah,
So the 42.5,
is what the superintendent wants us to ask for.
Does that save those two schools for a year?
that's the question. Does the 42.5 include the 3.2 to save Sandusky and TC Miller for an extra year?
Yeah, so originally, when we proposed the 42.5, it wasn't even on our brain to close those two schools. We had cuts that we had to make, and you saw where we tried to balance that with a 9 million and then 5 million from the schools. But that was, when we did the division cuts, and then we did the school cuts, then we stopped. We said, we're here, we need 3 million, 3.2 2 or whatever that was, I forget the exact number. That's why we asked for more. We didn't go down into school closures because in our brain, the closures were forecasted for fall of 2025.
Let me.
Yeah, and just clarify, I think, I want everybody to be clear, because I think we're on the same page, but I want to make sure we're on the same
So
page.
the question, the million-dollar question is, how do you make up for the $3.2 million gap you had in your original, right? From level funding to what's needed.
Right.
So
What's needed, and let's define what is what's needed.
what was your 42.5 was the base ask to operate what you're operating right now without 3% salary increase?
Correct, that was
Without-
with the-
But with,
without the 3%. That was based on a governor's budget, correct?
but that also, what's needed included, we're not closing the schools in 2024, we're closing in
Yes.
2025.
So it comes out to be, one school closure based on facility study was 2.5, second school closure was 700. Somehow it added up to be 3.2, which Dr. Day's presentation was the gap between the level funding and what the superintendent was.
Exactly, got it.
So that's what the ask from the city is, 3.2 more million, keeps those schools open for one more year. And, but it still doesn't pay for that.
That was a monkey wrench thrown in the whole mix of things as we got this unfunded salary.
Underfunded mandate, yeah.
Which I get that, so, and I mean, I'm not sure, when we don't know what we're gonna do at that point, because we don't have,
We don't have the calc, we don't have the calc
Calc
tool
tool.
and the exact numbers. But remember, the salary increase does come with a compensation supplement for SOQ, so there's a little bit more, there's a local match, and there may be some more in the at-risk add-on aid in there that we might be able to help. But we thought that last year, and then that's when we found out that we have, is it 3.7 for all in? I don't know the exact.
I believe ours was a little over 4 million.
For all in. So we got an increase last year, got excited, and then we were told this money is only to be used for the all-in, governor's all-in, which you all know, teachers, 70% of that is tutoring, 20% of that is the VLA, Virginia Literacy Act, and 10% of that is chronic absenteeism. So you can't use that for salaries, like operating stuff. So while we got an increase and got excited, then we got the restrictions that made us less excited. We were excited to have the funds, obviously, for our kids, but it didn't help us with that.
Dr. Day, you want to say something?
No, he's coughing.
He's all right? You all right?
He's sick.
Yeah, I'm still alive. Hang on here. Okay, I wanted to comment on one thing, and it's not going to address the motion that's on the floor. I just wanted to clear up one thing that the public may be able to contribute to. Mr. Jalil mentioned a little while ago this potential 1% sales tax increase, and I wanted to add some clarity about that. That refers to, I think the bill is Senate Bill 14, which has been passed by both houses of the legislature. It's now sitting on the governor's desk. Last I checked a few days ago. So it's waiting his signature. I have written to the governor to ask him to sign that piece of legislation. And this is something maybe the public can contribute to. You could also write to the governor and ask him to sign. If he signs that legislation, then it would be up to our city council to approve a voter referendum. City council would not impose a sales tax increase on their own, but they do have to authorize a voter referendum. If they do that, and then if the voters approve that referendum, then we increase our sales tax in Lynchburg by 1%. That would provide, we're estimating something like 15 million a year to go not just to the schools in general, but to school capital improvement projects, school construction. That would go a long way to solving all these problems that are causing us so much headache. In my mind, that's the brightest prospect for sorting all this out. So I would encourage you to write to the governor and hope to persuade him to sign that legislation and let Lynchburg voters decide if they are willing to increase their sales tax by 1% to support the schools.
Thank you, Dr. Day. Any discussion? Madam Clerk, would you, yes, sir, go ahead.
I like what Dr. Day said. I think that is correct. In addition to that, I would think it would be best to begin asking the city council members to ask the governor to sign it. I think that the governor will sign it. I don't think that's going to be much of an obstacle for various reasons. The main obstacle to getting this done is the city council. Once it's signed, they're going to have this dynamic of budgetary viewpoint or sales tax viewpoints that conflict. So if you can get them to make it a 7-0 vote for this, that keeps everybody on the same page, and it's for a good reason. It's for school buildings. If not, it won't pass at all. So it won't be on the table. After that, if it does go in the affirmative and it does pass all these levels, then we would need to apply that money to these two schools specifically in saving them, keeping them operating, right? So we would have to visit the decision again either way. Otherwise, it could go to something, the money could go to something else in capital funding, so.
Okay, thank you. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Jalil?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
No.
Mr. Trost?
No.
Dr. Day?
No.
Dr. Gupta?
No.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
No.
Mr. DePaul?
No.
Mrs. Laurie?
No.
Motion fails.
I have a motion.
Mr. Andrews, go ahead.
So can I make a motion to support the 42.5 ask in addition to LCS Restore Academy, which is 1.4? That gives us 43.9. Especially if behavior is an issue in our division. And council talks about that. That saves the schools for another year. We don't lose the $10 million in grant money that Dr. Brown has secured for that. I'm willing to go to bat for 43.9.
I second that.
Second that motion. Discussion on that motion?
I think, and the fantastic point that you make there is, you know, we were told by different people, city council, go get grant money. Dr. Brown went out and secured grant money to address a particular problem that everybody's been saying that we need to address in the Lynchburg City school system, and that's our behavioral problem. We recognize we have it, and we've been doing something about it. And the Restorative Academy, the good work that Dr. Edwards commissioned with respect to Dr. Brown, is showing results. It's early stages of that program, and Dr. Brown is very, very careful to what he wants to state about the success of it. So I will save that for him. But one of the other things is he has secured significant grant money, and some of those grants are conditioned upon having an infrastructure in place that Dr. Brown has put in place. So if we dissolve that infrastructure, we're going to lose significant grant money, which again is one of the charges that was given upon us by city councils. Hey, go find some grant money, bring some more revenue in. And that's one way we did find money, through fantastic staff that the admin, Ms. Pugh and Dr. Wodoko and crew have done in terms of getting grant money. We went out, again, Dr. Edwards went out and did what was asked of her to do with her staff. Don't want to give that money back if we can help it. So I fully support that. It also buys us the extra year of time to hopefully come up with some, to investigate some ideas with T.C. Miller and Sandusky.
And we can collaborate with them to create a solid plan, right? This is what I'm hearing. Yep.
So, and again,
Can
I
we
mean,
double check the numbers?
do we need to, my number was 43.7, but
There's 39.4 in flat level funding.
plus 3.2
Yes.
for, plus 3.2 for
3.2.
Sandusky, which is 42.6, plus a
1.4 for LCS Restore.
Is it 1.4?
1.2.
I had 1 point, is it 1.2?
I have 1.2.
I had 1.2.
What's that number?
So 46 plus 1.2, 8, 43.8, does that sound correct, Dr. Day? I think it's 8.
That's better
No.
than 43.9.
No?
No, we had 42.5, and then the motion was to add LCS Restore, which is 1.2. 42.5 plus 1.2 is 43.7.
That's better than 43.9. It's better than my motion.
40, so we want to amend the motion.
43.7.
Amendment accepted. Any more discussion?
I would only ask if, does this, I think it's great. Is this a replacement of our 47.5, or does it have to be rescinded?
Oh, it will replace the 47.
Just by adopting this, that is canceled. Thank you.
And we're trying, I mean, we're working, trying, it's not as big of an ask as the pie in the sky. It's, although everybody's echoed, we've been told 39, we've been told level funding, level funding, level funding.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Trost?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries.
All right. Thank you. So 43.7
Seven.
is our new number. We go to item 2, 2526 elementary rezoning MGT first draft. Dr. Edwards.
Yeah, let me just tee this one up. And again, community. Our original plan was for MGT to sort of give us, just put it on paper. And then what we wanted to do, because we knew once you put it on paper, it wouldn't look pretty, I'll say it that way. The next step for us as an administrative team was what we put on paper are neighborhoods, kids, and families. We wanted to go to our principals and say, okay, it's not pretty, but how can we address some, going back to those green factors, by moving these lines, but also being mindful of, your neighborhoods, your families with that. And then kind of work that through, take it back, before we brought it to you all to say, this is the draft. So what you have, what the public has seen, which was presented to academic success, and those of you who were there, didn't I say we're gonna own this narrative? Because from the public, it's gonna look like this was the best you all could do. And that's not it. That was not the original plan at all, but we understood that the board wanted us to share it with academic success, which is a public meeting, right? So we did not get to do the part with the principals, but we still will because we need to. And we also did not get to do the rest of it, which is the comeback to you all that says, what does this look like? How do we massage this so that we come to a place where we all may not agree, but at least we feel like we've given it our best vetting and looked at it from multiple angles. So this document that Dr. Wodeka is about to go over is what I would call, for me as a superintendent, put it on paper, let me look at it, and then let me take it to my team, and then, because it's just not ready, it wasn't ready for public digestion. It's like being served up a raw meal. That's what we just did. We gave y'all a raw meal, and you looked at it and said, you expect us to eat this? No, we do not expect you to eat this. This is a starting point for what do the boundary lines, what could they look like? And then, of course, we needed the percentages to tell us, what does this look like? And yes, I do think like Bass was way over and maybe Paul Monroe is way under, and we need to see that so we can say, all right, that's not right. We have to make adjustments. We didn't get to make those adjustments before we came to you because we're torn between transparency, right? Show it to them, let them see what you're thinking, but we also know that people will see that and say, is this what they're thinking? No. So the people who are here, people who are watching, that is not the meal we wanted to serve you. My principals know that. I had to go to them several times and eat crow and say sorry because we said how we were going to do it because we don't know all the children and families the way that they do, and then, of course, the way that you all do. So we want to pull that back. We're still going to go over it so you can see pretty much what I would see on put it on paper, give it to us. What would it look like? Because we know that's not where we're going to end. And that's what we're presenting to you. Also and Dr. Botica and I had planned on coming back out to you at different places, because everybody doesn't come to the board meeting or watch it, to get your feedback about it. What our zoning lines would look like, which is why fall of 2025 makes so much more sense. With regard to T.C. Miller Sandusky, because I keep hearing there is no plan, there is no plan, there is no plan. This is the start of the plan. We've got to get it, if we're doing the zoning thing, it has to be right? So, and you all have to weigh in and say, okay, this is what it looks like. So if it looks this way and Bass has this amount of number, okay, could we move the School of Innovation to Bass? But if it looks different, we move the School of Innovation, we don't have enough room. We need to do that first, put the teachers and the staff, whether the grade levels that we have, where are people going? I don't want to tell you where you're going if I don't know where we're going, what our programming looks like. That's going to take the work of all of us. So in my head, we've got direction. We have to solve this first, and then we can come back and do the rest of it. So I want to just say there's not that there isn't a plan. I need to know, are we adding 10 classrooms to Bass? Because that makes a difference on what we do going forward, right? And I don't want to promise you something and then you say, Dr. Edwards, we have 10 classrooms if we're not going to get the 10 classrooms. If we're not going to get the 10 classrooms, what is the backup plan? But I need to know that first and operate from a position of this is reasonably certain, right? And you guys know we are in reasonably uncertain right now with that. And we would love to just talk to you about that. We absolutely need you to do that. I do recognize that this is critical right now, and you all should know we're in March. Staff is, if I'm a staff member, and Mr. Womack said, when I'm in the building, I'm doing everything I want for children. But when I get in my car to go home, my brain is somewhere else, maybe thinking, am I going to be here? Where am I going to be? That's Ajna, right? We don't want that. And I know that. I get that. We don't want that. We want to be able to place our staff. So we're going to go over this. First, look, throw it. I'm going to call this, we're going to go over the throw it on paper, but this is not the version look of this, just so that you understand, and then understand what we all as a community have to do to make this look a little bit more like Lynchburg should look. I hope it's up there. Oh, I didn't even know it was up there. Look a little bit more like what Lynchburg should look like. So I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Wotica. But I wanted to preface that because I know seeing that, if I didn't have context, I'd have just said the same conclusion that you all came to. So that's the second time tonight that we have put something up there that you all have been left to be like, what does this mean? And we own that. We have to stop doing that, right? We absolutely have to stop doing that as a board and team.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. And as members of the board, as Dr. Edwards said, we had hoped to go through a number of iterations with some stakeholders before this became public. And so because we didn't, what I tried to do as I made this PowerPoint was to write as many times as I could. First draft, this is not sort of the final proposal. And obviously I failed at that. And so for that, I do apologize. That did cause some concern and confusion. And so I just hope you will recognize that as being sincere. So just on the first slide, just a couple of the background points. And these are items that we went over last time as well. But the school board did receive an update on the rezoning plan and the work that was being done on February 20th. At that time, the school board again asked that the Academic Success Committee receive that briefing and then ultimately the school board as we moved forward. We did that conversation, had a good feedback conversation, and wanted to bring that to the board to see what we discussed we worked on this first draft proposal, recognizing that there's a number of the zones as they exist now that do need to be rebalanced, they need to be changed. Some of the school utilizations, the variety of information that is there certainly is not intended as any sort of anything besides a first draft, and I think that was clear with the committee. But it was based on the variety of components that were addressed, where the final votes were taken on October 24th of last year. That included those particular items. In November, December, we started the data analysis component. January, we had some initial drafts, and then February, by the time we got to you, we had that sort of initial draft, and that's when we sort of stopped and said, okay, let's get some feedback first before we do some of that work. So there's a timing process. This work does take some time. It certainly is far more complicated than just simply doing some GIS work. We have to think about what transportation routes might look like, all those sorts of things, lots of considerations. So it does take some time to do it, but we just want to make sure that it's clear that we're being very intentional in this process to the best extent we possibly can. And again, this would require that we do the things that the board said you want to do, and that certainly is inclusive of expanding BAS. So just a couple of reminder slides. Go through these really quickly because I know we're sort of late on time. This is the existing boundaries of our elementary school districts. Again, you see this sort of patchwork approach. Again, we're done for very important reasons at the time, but the city has changed to some extent, and we have to just have a conversation about whether or not that's the right thing to do, or a more close to home zoning approach that we'll talk about in just a moment is more appropriate. On the next slide, just a reminder, our elementary division-wide enrollment right now is 71% minority students and 29% white and non-Hispanic students. And then on the next slide, we can see how that breaks down currently as of January 30th of 2024. So at the time when we did this initial update, that was the most current data. Obviously, we have February data now, but that is very similar to what it was just a month earlier. Comparing that to January 2015, so 9 years before, so you see there has been some change throughout the division. The number of our percentage of minority students in each school, largely they're the sort of very similar. And I think when we look at the potential proposed, there would be sort of similar there as well. Again, not to say that this is right, just saying that that's what exists. And on the next slide, we have again where we are compared to that average of that 71% and 29% of the existing schools, and how that is a little bit. There certainly are 3 schools that are very close to being representative of that. But we have a number of schools that are either 5 to 9% away from those averages, and certainly many more that are more than 10% or more away from those minority student and white student averages throughout the city. And so you heard a little bit about that earlier tonight about this, realizing that it would be very difficult to have every single school be exactly that same average. But we need to be very close if we possibly can. And our goal here is to make sure that our schools are getting as close and representative to that average as we possibly can. So again, I'll just show you this on the next slide real quick. That's the existing zoning map right now that gets us to that previous slide. That's where we get there. In addition to the choice programs, the innovation schools, the Go Center, that's how some of the diversity was achieved in some of the schools. The Go Center and the innovation schools, that's a large part of why those schools have the diversity that they do and complement that they do. And what we'll show you next hasn't taken that into account yet. So this is the very first draft, again, for discussion only, this very first conversation publicly about what zones might look like. And you can see they just look very different than what they did before. They're all contiguous. They don't have sort of islands of zones to themselves. They, in many cases, depending on the size of the school, sort of stretch across the city rather than sort of being small islands. That allows for an attempt, at least, to provide opportunities from different people in different neighborhoods to attend schools throughout the city. And again, this is just very much a first draft, first discussion point only. And again, you see Bass's area is very large. Part of that is that much of that sort of western part of the city, this area that, there's a landfill there, there's a number of area, a fair amount of area that's not populated, or not densely populated. That's sort of why it's so large, and that it includes the idea that we would add 10 classrooms to Bass, right? So if that changes, obviously this map has to significantly change, or we can't use, we would have to use alternative methods like mobile trailers and things like that would be used. So that's, again, very first draft, very first crack at something that we thought would be a place to start. And then on the next slide, it shows you what that transition looks like. So you have this current elementary zones and then what that transitions. And I think it's important to show them side by side and just kind of look at that for a moment and just kind of reflect on how that is different from where we are now. Again, the first draft zones are not, they're not the proposal zones, final proposal zones, but they are kind of moving in the direction of what we think might be the direction. Does anybody have any questions about anything that I've said so far? I know I went through that really fast because I know we talked about the prior stuff before, but did just want to kind of get your perspective on that. Or do you want me to go to the demographic slide first? I can do the demographic slide first. So
I have a question from the very last slide.
Okay.
Just to public to know, you'll be doing community.
Yeah, we'll get to that in just a second. I have some thoughts on that as well.
So can I just?
Sure, they can.
Okay, so remember, this is the throw down on paper piece for me. Oh, let me get to my mic, sorry. This is the throw it down on paper piece for me that says, what does it look like? Like visually, what does this look like before we even get to whether or not it works on with the demographics and there's multiple things. And I'm a side-by-side person just to see, and then how does that change? And is this the kind of zoning that we're trying to achieve? That's where we were at, let us just see it, piece of it. And then, of course, it was like, let's look at the numbers, because we're pretty sure the numbers probably don't match up where we need to be. There's more work to be done. And I can't stress that second part. There is more work to be done for this. So go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So on the next slide, we'll go through each one of these in a little bit more detail. On the left side, where you see the where it's in white, that's the current enrollment breakdown between minority students and white non-Hispanic students. And then in the green, you see the first draft proposal of what that might look like at Bass. Very similar breakdown, but a concern there is that it would have a 97% utilization. That again, of course, includes the idea that we've expanded Bass, so that's too high in all respects, and so we need to address that. The Bedford Hills zone is actually further away from being a mix of what is representative of the school division as it currently is, so that needs to get fixed and resolved before that gets done. The other thing that needs to get resolved is that Bedford Hills in this model is underutilized at 71%. That needs to be at least in the 80s at the very minimum. And I think as we move some of those lines around, that'll allow us to accomplish both of those goals of making sure that, again, it's being reflective of the school division as a whole and better utilizing the school. Darrington, again, has a very similar breakdown compared to before and after. It is 86%. I think that's in the range of being reasonable, but we can talk through that. Heritage in this model is closer to being representative of the school division, but is on the low end of utilization within range, but 80.6% is a little too low, and so we can make some changes there.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
When you say utilization, you mean how much space is used in the building?
Yeah, how many kids can the school hold?
Oh, I'm
compared
thinking
to
how
many
much
they would
space.
propose,
Okay,
right?
all right.
So if the school can hold 500, well, let me do easy math. If the school can hold 100 students, then that would be though there are 80 students or 81 students.
So you have room for 20 more?
Yeah. I didn't want to do the math. hard
Yeah,
math.
no, that's cool. That works for me.
Linkhorn, again, is very similar to what it currently is now, but puts us a little high at 92%, but reasonable given the conversation we're having. Paul Monroe, same conversation there that I mentioned with Bedford Hills, so that's got to be resolved on both accounts, both the mix of students and on the utilization of the school. So that needs to get resolved. Perrymont is, again, very similar to its existing mix of students, and the utilization is close to being what the expectation would be. RS Payne, again, of course, is probably certainly too high in terms of change from where the existing school is now. So that's 78% minority student to 86%. So pretty significant jump. But a significant part of that is that RS Payne in this model doesn't include the Ghost Center placements, right? And so that would need to get resolved and do that. Again, as we change our thought process on what each school might do in the future, that might affect that. But it's important to note that in this model, 92.6% utilization. So if you start adding students there, that will cause that to rise. So that's another thing that needs to get resolved as well. Sheffield as well, again, very similar to what their mix is now, but the utilization is too high. So you have Sheffield utilization too high, Heritage utilization too low. There's a fairly simple pairing of what might change just given their proximity. Again, but you do have to make sure you're watching how that's affecting the minority and white population. So again, lots of different components of diversity, but in this case, we're thinking largely about race, and so we need to just be clear about that.
Does this include IEPs?
No, this is not. This isn't reflective of what
okay.
IEPs. Yeah, this
Obviously,
is
it's
simply
gonna
the.
change depending on whether Sandusky and
Dr.
or TC
Whitaker,
Miller.
one question.
Dr. Carter, go ahead.
I think I've said this before, so it seems like this change won't only impact Sandusky and TC Miller, it will impact students from every school.
Absolutely. So when we the close to home zoning concept was possibly inclusive of sort of a citywide rezoning. Now, it's really dependent on which student we're talking about, depending on where their zone lies now. But there potentially could be citywide impacts. And
may
again,
I just ask that we keep the heritage, we keep the Sandusky and TC Miller data up there until they really close?
Sure thing. So we'll continue to do that. So we did not include those schools as part of the model because of the board's decisions on October 24th. And so that was the direction that we received. And so and expanding Bass. And so if there are different directions, we will need to know that very quickly so that we can do that analysis again as well.
May we simply make a motion that you do the data on those, adding those in?
So do the close to home zoning analysis, adding in Sandusky and TC Miller. Is that? Yeah, absolutely. We can certainly do that if that's what the board would like us to do. Again, that's going to cost us some money, but that's okay, and that's up to you. But certainly could be done. But again, this is driven based on the board's. This is board's decision, right? This is not any of us making this decision. This is the board's decision. So.
That's right. And just with the possibility of gaining some money by this tax increase and other things, if the schools end up being saved, then it would be viable or a benefit to have these numbers ready.
It'd be a good place to start, for sure. Yep. Are there any other questions about where we are? And I guess if there, so that's a really great question. And I think if there are other questions or other issues that you would like to see resolved in the next iteration, besides the ones that I mentioned, the ones that are sort of highlighted up there, are there other issues that you see that do need to be resolved that you're concerned about that you would like us to take into account?
I just have a general question. To what extent do natural boundaries play in this? For instance, whether it's a boundary of a street, like this side of the street goes to this school, what interplay does that have in the decision process for creating these zones?
I think that's very important. I think we probably haven't taken into account waterways and things like that, but I think definitely roadways will need to be the next part. So if there's a great example. Also, if you can go back to the slide with one more. So if you see where it says Perrymont Elementary,
yes,
there's a section there that is listed for Bass, right? And what would probably make more sense is for that little corner that is between the expressway and the Ford Avenue. Yeah, thanks for that. The expressway and Ford Avenue, that probably would make more sense to be zoned for Perrymont or Sheffield. And those are things that we can go through.
Next iteration.
The same thing, and it's a little hard to see, right where it says Darrington Elementary School, that's a yellow, but it's actually an RS Payne district. Oop, there you go. It's an RS Payne district, but that Fifth Street that comes through, maybe that makes some sense to go align with the Bedford Hills zone because it would be contiguous anyway, and we know we need to better utilize that, and we need to get the school. So lots of things like that. So I think that's a great point that we can make sure that we're adding in to say, let's really hone in on those natural boundaries, at least with the roadways. Waterways are harder, but definitely with roadways.
And when it was brought to the Academic Success Committee, one thing I know we said we wanted people to understand is these big spaces, even though we know it's going to change, there's businesses, there's rehab centers, there's people that are older that don't have kids that are still in their homes. It looks big, but that's not 100% students.
Sure.
So.
Excellent.
And Mr. Truist, what you brought up is exactly what we were thinking, which is why it is critical that we take this back to the schools, back to the principals, back to social workers, the people who are boots on the ground, who know these neighborhoods, know these kids, and could better advise and say, it probably looks like you should do this, but when you go there, it's better to do this. And
Because
that,
there are some enrollment projectors that I think would be considered too, because there are some communities there's a lot of buildings,
there
for
is.
example.
Yeah,
Or
more
whatever.
industrial.
yes.
Which is why Dr. Wodak has stressed over and over, first iteration,
Yeah.
rough draft.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Any other thoughts on issues that you'd like us to work with the consultant on to bring up? So definitely we'll take a look at alternative, returning back to the 11 school model, if that's what the board likes us to do, and we'll add in, make sure on this model we're adding in those components on roadways. Any other thoughts that you would like us to do before we bring it back to you, and we'll probably have some other things we want to do too.
Besides adding those two schools in as a model, you are considering the rezoning and anything else? What is the green,
The green factors?
the green factors play into this?
So the green factors, and I can give you another handout on that, but that was actually from the court case where you're looking at the assignment of your students, the assignment of your teachers, your classified staff, participation in sports and things like that. So there are those 6 factors that we have to look at and compare more to the district. It doesn't say that everything has to be equal across the division, but you can't have, and I think one of our parents who also knows is you can't have those big disparities, which is why, well, you don't have it up here anymore. We needed to see like, oh, nope, this too high, this too low, this is off, and we've got to rebalance somehow when we do that. So we'll still look at that.
Okay, so we'll take that into account as we do the next iteration of this. On the next slide, just finishing up, I'll say we've identified sort of a process here, and I do know that there is a desire to kind of get this plan done and going. I would also just say that I hope that everyone appreciates that this does need to be an iterative process, and I also think everyone must understand that the school board has some pretty tremendous decisions to make in the next several months related to budget and those sorts of things. So I would suggest that we take the time to do this work and not push this to do it too fast because we want to make sure that you have a deliberative process that includes some other folks. So lots of other folks, as many as we can. So I think what we have there might be a little aggressive. I think that's sort of what I thought we heard last time. But I would say let's spend some time this summer working with the consultant, going back and forth. Let's hear feedback from families, and then we hit sort of late summer, early fall. Maybe that would be the time for the board to hear final decisions, if that's the case. And particularly if we're going to add models, that is going to take some time as well. Not saying it's the wrong thing to do, but that is going to take some time to do some analysis. So I would just ask you to consider, can we have a few more months to do this work And again, I know that doesn't meet with the goal of having decisions sort of finally made, but I don't want this to be done in a way that is rushed in any way, shape, or form. So if that's fair.
Are you thinking June or July?
Well, so I think what we have up there is sort of getting that to May. I mean, I would think probably, later summer would be a better time frame to get all that sort of done. But, I understand you have competing goals there.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you, yes.
Thank you, Doc.
See if I can bring. Next is item J1, Student Services Policy Update, Dr. Edwards.
Okay, all righty. I think these are all up for first read. Dr. Brown is here. So the Student Services Policy Work Group met on February 23rd. These are 3-year reviews, and Dr. Brown will give us a quick summary of the ones that we really need to zoom in on.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. Good evening, members of the board. I won't be before you very long today. We did meet as a committee to go through and review the policies that need to be reviewed. We don't have any suggestions on needing any changes. We just wanted to make sure that we had revised them. We did want to make one change to the last policy, JGDZ, and want to recommend that for removal because that process and policy is already in place in 7 other locations and specified as more of a redundant policy that doesn't have any significance at this current time.
Who is on this policy work group from the board? Do you know?
That is Ms. Preston and Dr. Carter.
Since there are no suggestions, is there a desire to make it an action item and sort of him coming back next time?
I'll make a motion to make an action item.
Is there a second?
Second.
Yes, I think we can make this back.
Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio,
Abstain.
Mr. Andrews.
Yes.
Mr. Truss.
Yes.
Dr. Day.
Yes.
Dr. Gupta.
Yes.
Dr. Carter.
Yes.
Mrs. Preston.
Yes.
Mr. DePaul.
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie.
Yes.
This is an action item now. Is there a motion to approve it?
Motion to approve.
I second.
Yeah.
All right, Mrs. Lowry and Mr. Andrews. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio.
Abstain.
Mr. Andrews.
Yes.
Mr. Truss.
Yes.
Dr. Day.
Yes.
Dr. Gupta.
Yes.
Dr. Carter.
Yes.
Mrs. Preston.
Yes.
Mr. DePaul.
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next is item J2, School Nutrition Policy Update. Dr. Edwards.
So you all know that we had an excellent.
Thank you, Dr. Brown.
Thanks, Dr. Brown.
Thank you.
An excellent review when we had our on-site school facilities report. Thank you, Ms. Morrison, school nutrition team. They did recommend to policies to add some additional language, so I'm going to turn that over to Dr. Woodica to quickly go through that.
Thank you, Dr. Edwards. If I could just briefly add on to that, I just really, if we can just celebrate a little bit. So school nutrition had a wonderful audit. We had one finding and that is that, there's a Buy American Act responsibility. They did find that we had some broccoli from Ecuador. So we will be resolving that as we move into the future, but that's apparently the only place you can get broccoli. So we're going to work on that. But there were some technical suggestions. You will recall that in December we made some updates to the school nutrition policy to be ready for that review. Apparently the rules changed in between time, so they gave us some suggestions. The first is EFC, and that is just adding a statement that we will not limit a student's ability to participate in extracurricular activities if they have a school debt. And you'll recall from last time we talked about this, we don't have school debt or school meal debt anyway, but it is required to be in our policy. And so that does not apply to us, but it is required for us to be in the policy. The other item is JHCF-RZ, and there is an addition of a statement that if there's a fundraiser that sells food or beverages, it cannot be during school meal service times. That is federal law. That includes 6 a.m. to the end of the breakfast period and during lunch periods. And the school principal approves and tracks and monitors all food and beverage fundraisers, and that fundraiser document is kept on file in the main office. So that is something we already do anyway, so that's a part of our process. So those are just two items that are just cleanup from that audit process. Again, very successful audit, so we're very proud of that, and we should celebrate that.
I have a question for Dr. Edwards. Is there still the library book policy in place? Like if a student loses books, they have to pay the fine before they get their diploma? Is that still in place?
We had removed some of those fines when we were in COVID, and we're trying our best to kind of balance and see where we can help students and things like that. I'm going to teach them more to be responsible and bring the book back.
Yes,
That's
yes.
the most important part.
Yeah, because sometimes it's from elementary school. So, yeah.
This is mostly a cleanup. It will not be fair for Dr. Awardka. I have to ask, any intention to make it an action item?
Yeah, motion, yeah. Let's make it, yes, motion.
Motion, I'll second.
Second. Please call the roll.
Mr. Jalil?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Trost?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Since it's an action item, is there a motion to approve it?
I would like to say something first or ask a question. According to the presentation today under operating expenditures, school food services and other non-instructional operations are being reduced from $42,145 to $13,185. Explain that.
Yeah, great question. So what you're looking at on that sheet of paper is Fund 1, the operating fund. School nutrition operates in Fund 3, which is just separate from all other operating funds, and so you don't see that. Ultimately, you'll get that budget to adopt, and school nutrition just operates on a different set of funds. And so there is some operating money that goes into school nutrition for certain services, but that's just a calculation that's done every year. You get that right? Yes. Yeah. So it's just a change from year to year on what the internal services cost.
All right. Do we have a plan to increase it, or?
No, we don't for that. I don't think there's a need for that in the operating fund.
Is there a motion to approve the policies? I think you did. You made a motion and you seconded the motion. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mr. Jalil?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Trost?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Next is K1, literacy textbook adoption, Dr. Edwards.
Yep, so this morning, Ms. Pugh, myself, Dr. Brown, Ms. Cruz, and a couple other team members spent the morning having our second training, second of four, with the Virginia Literacy Act, but more importantly, doing our division literacy plan. And the first thing that we talked about was these high-quality instructional materials. We were somewhat ahead of the game for some of the divisions in that we've had a wonderful process, which you can see some of those materials here. Inviting Ms. Cruz up to talk a little bit about the process for getting to where we are with material selection.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you so much. If we can go to the next slide. Again, this is just a review for our K-5 literacy textbook adoption, and just a reiteration to remind you, Virginia Literacy Act has been, we're in implementation of that. We got more information this fall, and we are steadily getting more information as the days go by. But again, this is wrapped around the science of reading. It's supporting that science-based reading research, those 5 pillars through evidence-based literacy instruction. We are in the phasing of phase 1, the focus of K through 3. Phase 2 is a focus of grades 4 through 8. And the overall goal for the Literacy Act is that preparation of teachers, the educator prep program, the alignment of the science of reading, again, addressing those 5 pillars that are going to enhance our students in the reading components. And what does that look like for the Virginia Literacy Act? It's a new literacy screener, which is called VALS. And VALS is the Virginia Language and Literacy Screening System. And that'll be full implementation for 24-25 for K through 3. And then the K-8 evidence-based literacy curriculum, again, focusing on the core, which Dr. Edwards alluded to, and our team worked on more specifically today, that core material and what you all have had the opportunity to vet along with many other members, and then that K-8 supplemental material. So what does that look like in our division? What are we working toward? All of our teachers will complete coursework that focuses on evidence-based practices. I am happy to report that our administrators are in a course right now for letters. It is specific to administrators so that they can get out ahead of that, and our team is so wonderful. Actually, they were already working on some of that letters training, and we have some folks that are already in cohort 2, so we are moving along very, very nicely in this plan. The other piece, and we talk about this in some of our academic success and just conversations I've had with you all, is how do we get out ahead of this even more, and how do we include the community? And we're prepping those at-home resources for continued support for families so that they feel like they can support at home with this literacy initiative and understanding the importance of literacy overall. What's required of our division is that K-5 focus for 24-25. With that literacy plan being due in July, and there's a K-8 focus for 25-26, and that's actually some new information, as I said, that we just got about 2 weeks ago, so that's always good news that we're out ahead of the game. What are we doing currently in LCS? We're proud, again, of the work that we're doing. Those instructional materials, Wilson Language Program, which includes foundations and just words. So that's pre-K through 4, and just words is 5th, and it's under that umbrella of Wilson. The Haggerty functions, so the phonemic and phonological awareness, geodes, and our UFly program and Bridge the Gap program that address specifically our Title I students. Those are all programs that we have up and going, and we are seeing very, very good success with currently. What does professional learning look like for us? I know that I've heard Ms. Lowry multiple times mention OG, Orton Gillingham training, and that's with our literacy coaches and title teachers, our classroom teachers, again, specifically addressing those literacy needs. Letters training, which I spoke about just a little bit ago, and we have several cohorts going. Cohort 1, we started again. We have a group in cohort 2 for letters training. Our title teachers are involved in that, literacy coaches, classroom teachers, our C&I team, literacy team, and our administrators who have done very, very well and have been very inquisitive during that process. And then VLP, we're in partnership, and they are offering a Canvas course, and we are working with them to figure out how that's going to best suit our educators throughout the summer and how we can provide that professional learning so that they are adequately prepared going into the 24-25 school year. So our next steps, I mentioned the selection and adoption of the K-5 core curriculum. We are out ahead of the curve here with the work that we are doing, but that is the expectation for the 24-25 school year. And the reason we have been at such a pace is so that we can provide the materials to our educators and provide professional learning and make sure that that is very intimate in a sense, and making sure we're pushing into the buildings, not to only address the overall needs of Lynchburg City Schools for literacy, but to make that a unique and a personal experience for each one of the schools based on their overall needs and based on our data. And we have a plan in mind for that, that we'll have more information coming up after spring break as well. So that selection of that high quality material, We're going to select the K-8 supplemental materials, and if you notice up there, I'm speaking just briefly about supplemental because we don't have full approval. That will be with the Board of Education after March 28th, and I'll be very happy to report back. I'm sure there are several people that are going to be happy to hear about what those supplemental materials are. We would then move into the development of that LCS literacy plan, which we want to collaborate with our schools in that literacy component. Again, we develop a division plan, but we know that each school, each child, each educator makes up that literacy plan for us. And so developing that PL plan for K-3 classroom teachers, that work starts upon that adoption of that high-quality material. So when we get to a place where you say, yes, this is what we want to do, this is how we want to move, we've already started the ball rolling in the right direction, not only with our current professional learning and the supplemental materials and programs that we're already providing, but how do we get out ahead of this before we even have our educators walk out of the door? How do we prepare them? How do we build a plan to successfully do that? And again, we've started that work with Science of Reading, addressing those 5 pillars, how that's integrated into literacy, reading, and writing components, how that's a cross-curricular approach, such as that LETTERS program. So what does the timeline look like for us? We have been busy, and I will be the first to say our amazing team has done a lot of this work. I am just honored to be a part of the process, and the feedback and the wonderful conversations. And the feedback we've gotten from the buildings has just been very, very crucial in this process. So again, we began this, we started to get information mid to late November, so we started immediately. And that first round was the review team. It's a smaller team of our literacy coaches in the division, our principals, and members of the curriculum and instruction team. We started that with a review of online materials from publishers that were provided. January, we moved right into that first round review of the physical materials, and if you all remember, there were lots of materials upstairs. We used the VDOE provided rubric to score the materials so that we had something consistent in nature that we could measure from, and that was based off of the approved publishers, so not just a selection of this is what we like to see, but this is core curriculum that has been approved already by VDOE, so we knew we were moving in the right direction. Our C&I team then reviewed the results from the survey with Chuck Yarborough, who's been wonderful in this process as well, and determined the top 2 publishers. We were able to narrow down to that during this January timeframe. So again, very, very busy. February, there's notification of the textbook review on the LCS website that was published. School level review with the top 2 publishers. It was narrowed down to Amplify and Benchmark from the first round review, and we received a great deal of feedback. Had access to all the online and physical materials at each school. Misty Fretwell did a wonderful job in making sure that we got those materials and resources out to the schools so that they could be reviewed. And we did hear from several of our principals that our educators were taking this process very, very seriously because they wanted to be a part of that and moving that piece for literacy. And cross-curricular, that was mentioned a great deal across this with that integration for the Science of Reading. Live publisher info sessions, Amplify and Benchmark were both gracious enough to come to us and provide those live sessions and provide feedback and additional resources and answer questions for us over at ITC. We're currently in March and moving quickly into April. I can't believe we're already so far. And we're here to make recommendations for the literacy textbook to you all as a board and obtain your school board approval through this process. So when we're talking about any literacy look-fors, again, as a reminder, when we're going through that rubric, what are we looking for, what helps to benefit our students, and what lines up with the supplemental resources that we are already doing, so it's not a one more thing, it is just good quality instruction. So focusing on that phonemic awareness for K1, phonics as a K3, the vocabulary has to be integrated, immediately moving into that K5, reading fluency, foundational reading skills, and development of that comprehension and background knowledge, which is key for all of our students. Small group instruction and independent practice, what that looks like, how we model that, and how we successfully implement that K through 3, and we actually are pushing that even more through our instructional walks and other components. We've seen some wonderful small group instruction. And writing has to be at the top of our pillar to help develop our students in preparation and moving forward outside of this realm. So based on the results, we got the results in, and again, thank you to everybody who participated, all community members, all of you who have participated, our wonderful educators, our principals, our CNI team. Based on the results and reviewer feedback, we reviewed cost of materials, and recommendation for adoption is the benchmark materials, and we actually have those located back here again, we are super, super excited with the amount of feedback and just things that we can utilize to develop our PL plan with the approval for you all. We also have attached in here, Benchmark put together a wonderful resource bank, and it's off of Padlet, and it offers all kinds of even cross-curricular approaches and how that ties in for science, social studies, math, etc. So if you all have had an opportunity, you can start to review some of those pieces. And then there is a price quote. And one of the things I want to mention about this, the price quote is actually for a 7-year contract. So with the adoption, it is 7 years. And I don't come to you today to ask for any additional funding or any of those things. This is already worked into our textbook reserve. So we are not asking for additional funding. We would be able to fully cover this and meet the expectations for the 24-25 implementation with this adoption.
Right. Question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have and so within this, do you have the funds for the supplementals that you would like to get?
Everything is included in
Okay.
that 7-year
All right.
contract. Yes, ma'am. It is line item by line item, and everything's included. We are not asking for anything else at this moment.
But you can get the supplementals that you want?
Everything is in there,
Okay.
yes, ma'am.
Other question for Ms. Cruz or Dr. Edwards?
Is it typical to have a 7-year term on a contract such as this?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Wow.
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yep. 7-year rotation.
Good?
Yeah, thank you.
All right, thank you.
So, do you need this to vote
Is
on?
there an approval required?
Oh, okay. Yeah, well, put it this way.
You're looking at this.
That's why I thought you were going to ask me that. The quicker that you all approve it, the quicker we can get it in the hands of the teachers. And one of the things is we want to make sure, as you can see from all of these wonderful things, this is not something we want teachers to be like, okay, school starts in 5 days, go through all that. If we can start doing training now and really get them to dive in, and we have teachers who are already hungry. Some of them are already, they're probably stuck in between those anyhow because they've been in. But that depends on you all so that we can get that order out.
I motion that we make it.
Second.
You're making a motion to make it action item?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews, seconded, discussion? Right, Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Truss?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
This is now an action item. Is there a motion to approve it?
Motion approved.
Second.
Lowry, Mr. Andrews, discussion?
I'd just like to say that I enjoyed what I saw when I read through a lot of the material over there the other day, and when I looked through it, I was impressed with the layout, the colors, the sources and information, so I think you made the right choice.
Thank you, sir.
Other discussion? Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mr. Gilio?
Yes.
Mr. Andrews?
Yes.
Mr. Truss?
Yes.
Dr. Day?
Yes.
Dr. Gupta?
Yes.
Dr. Carter?
Yes.
Mrs. Preston?
Yes.
Mr. DePaul?
Yes.
Mrs. Laurie?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you all
Next
so
is-
much.
Thank you.
Just add one little piece.
Go ahead.
Thank you for approving that. And conditional with that is a little thing that we want to do with you all. And just as we do future work sessions, getting back to the work part of it, and sharing maybe 5 to 10 minutes of this is what this program is like, and letting you guys kind of experience it, also giving us an opportunity to say, hey, parents at home, you could try this. But really, let's bring the curriculum to the table, and not just for literacy, but we're going to start with literacy. So I just need your permission, no more than 10 minutes. We're not trying to do a full programming, but maybe give you one of the things, like the thing we did today, which had us all like, oh my goodness. It would be great for board members to see what teachers are working with or what parents would be working with. I think that helps keep us all in conversation.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is informational items. Number one is joint city council school board budget meeting, 4 p.m. March 26th at Business Alliance Building. School board meeting, March 9th at 5 p.m. here in boardroom. Discipline committee data review, Thursday, March 11th at 4 p.m. April 11th at 4 p.m. Finance and facilities at April 16th at 3:30 p.m. Academic Success Committee, April 23rd.
I have a correction.
Yeah, I think we
Yeah,
changed
we
that.
changed that.
April 23rd, is that right, Dr. Day?
For which one?
What is the
Finance.
correction,
April
Dr. Day?
23rd for the Finance and Facilities Committee meeting.
Same time, 3:30?
April 23rd. 3:30.
23rd at 3:30.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so finance and facilities amended, and we'll change online, April 23rd at 3:30. Academic Success Committee, April 23rd at 3:30. Board work session, April 16th at 5 p.m. Ad hoc Discipline and Policy Review Committee, April 25th. But I'm assuming it's 3:30.
Another correction?
Yeah. Go ahead, Dr. Day, there's no time on that.
Should be March 28th. March 28th for the Ad hoc Discipline and Policy Review Committee.
What time?
3:30 it's usually.
3:30?
3:30.
All right, so item number 7 is March 28th at 3:30 p.m. That's correct? All right, thank you.
Yes.
We are adjourned. Thank you.